Don't you be giving me sass here, AW. Hey everybody, how we doing today? We're gonna be starting this off in just a couple minutes. I'm gonna get myself some water, get ready to go. Starting at about 3:30 is what I said. So we got our timer going. This is what we're gonna be talking about today, the Wildsea first look. I am really excited for this. I don't think I've been this excited for a game in quite some time. Probably not since Blades in the Dark. I think this looks fantastic. So we're kicking off here in a little bit. Settle in, get ready everyone. We're in our final week for ETHUANTIA. Only 2 episodes left for Breachers. So why don't we just settle in with a little bit of a possible new system in the future.
I know you wanted me to stay, but I can't ignore the crazy visions of me in LA. And I heard that there's a special place where boys and girls can all be queens every
I just want to point out that AEW is giving me shit about starting when this man has been sitting on a Porsche 911 in his garage to finish since high school, and he's an adult.
Club, oh mama, I'm just having fun on the stage in my heels. It's where I belong, down at the Big Pony Club. I'm gonna keep on dancing at the Big Pony Club. I'm gonna keep on dancing down in West Hollywood. I'm gonna keep on dancing at the Big Pony Club. Big Pony Club.
All right, everybody, let's get into this. Hey, everybody, I hope you're doing well. I'm decked out in my Halloween attire. I feel like it's suiting because of, well, you know, the time frame we're in. I hope everyone's doing well this October. I just got back from Con. Severely enjoyed myself. I got to see a bunch of friends I haven't seen in a while, some that didn't make it. And I got to play a couple of new games, including Magnus Archives, which was fantastic. I got some questions once our audience all gets in here about what you all like to watch when we stream on EFP. Because I have my opinions, but at the end of the day, my opinions don't matter. The people who show up get the opinions on what they like to watch. And no, I will not be running My Little Pony. I see you in the audience. That's not happening yet. Now, if someone were to pay for me to run a game for them on My Little Pony, different story. Maybe then. I put up my creepy house back here. I don't know if you guys can see this. Lovely little spooky home. Lights and windows and all that shit. This room is going to change dramatically. Maybe even by Monday. It'll be done or pretty close to it. This whole wall is getting wiped. And some new larger shelves are going up for more storage space and lighting and some map stuff that I can put back there and shit like that, along with these little things here. These are for Rocketbook, for little squares you can put up in the background. So that's all happening as well here over the next week. But today, let's talk a little bit about Con. And then let's dive into the Wildsea and Archiver, which, whew, boy, I saw a lot of stuff at Con, and these two, I didn't even get to play them, and I had to have these. And I honestly don't buy product at conventions very often because I don't like more physical books, right? I'm not a big fan. I do like the thinner stuff like this, which is what this is. This is Archiver. But I don't usually buy the big books anymore because I don't have space, but the shelves coming in, and I'm going to take some stuff out of the basement, put up there, like my second edition Ninja book and my original, Faiths and Pantheons, and probably the first edition Gods book too that has the Githyanki and Cthulhu in it. I got a signed copy of that. So I'll probably put a few things on display. The spiders will go back there as well. At least this one will. this one will probably stay here until it switches sizes. But at this con, so I got there late Wednesday night after picking some people up from the airport. And we were going to play a game that night. I ended up doing dinner, just shooting the shit amongst ourselves. Every single day, I brought Necromolds with me. And not once did we crack it open and play it. I'm so sad because it's such a satisfying game. So, next con, I think Gamehole Con, I think Gary Con's my next one. I don't think I'm doing PAX Unplugged this year. There's a chance. You never know who's going to ask you to come do something and you last minute got to go. Always feasible. It's always a possibility. But then Thursday, we sat down and we played, I want to say we played, was that Sanctuary night? No. Thursday was milling about and talking to everybody at the Clarion, having drinks, seeing all my friends that are local I don't see all the time, like, you know, Rob Whelan, Sarah Babe. Rob Whelan is who pointed out these two RPGs to me. As a heads up, it was not me just finding them. This gentleman, I said, what did you find at the show that is a must get? And he's like, oh, there's fucking two things. I got to see Smuggler's Coffee while I was there. Talon and Claw was there. I haven't talked to Talon and Claw since watching paint dry. It was awesome to catch up with them. Hawkmere was there. I talked to him the last day. Brian Collins from Vaskrim. I got a hat from him. We're going to be doing a deep dive into Vaskrim here over the next couple of weeks too. And then Friday, I got to play Planet of the Apes. Actually, hold on here, everybody. I forgot I had this. Boom, boom, boom. We did Planet of the Apes, and I really wanted to, you know, take part in this. Andrew Gaska was running it. He's the gentleman who wrote all of the first book for Aliens. I don't know if he did the second book, but I know he's part of the first book for Aliens. Anything else in here? I'll take this so I can show you something. So I brought a bunch of stuff there to play, but we ended up getting Planet of the Apes. And Planet of the Apes, I didn't know we were stepping into. We had no character sheets out of the gate. We showed up. I was there like 5 minutes before because of traffic, because we were staying so far away. We were like 8 minutes from the con. But Planet of the Apes is fucking West End Games. Do you guys remember the old West End Star Wars? This is West End Games. This is a thin version. It's kind of like a starter book. They got X amount of these printed through Blam, I think, printed it. They did this print for like, we need to turn this around fast. It's fucking good. It's a solid print. The paper's good. The weight's good. And I got to play Planet of the Apes on Friday. It's over on Gary Con. You can find it. Andrew Gaska was running it. I just said, give me whichever character. I ended up with a leader. The sweet irony of me getting a leader. So I got to play this. It was fun. It was like a 2-hour preview. I played with a couple other people, but the ones that I didn't realize, Amanda was there. I think it was Amanda. Tony or Amanda? Fuck. Can't remember her name all of a sudden. I've never met her before. But next to me was Forbeck. I didn't know Forbeck lived near me. And then another gentleman was there, also lived near me, who's an editor that I've known through a buddy of ours for ages. So I got to see a bunch of people that live local. We should try to get a game together at some point, which was super cool. So that was Friday night. Then we sat down, had a couple drinks, and then played, I think Sanctuary was that night. I think Sanctuary was Friday night, maybe Saturday night. But we played the old Thieves World board game. Now, I knocked this game the entire time I was playing it. It was ugly. It was hard to see anything. But the group that I was playing with, Casey Rift and Brian Berg and one of Berg's friends, we love Spartacus Blood and Sand. And this has that cutthroat nature of that board game. But it's not as good. They love it. I think it's kind of a pile of garbage. I mean, at the end of the day, I bitched and moaned and cheated and stole and won. Because, you know, it's cutthroat. Of course I'm going to win cutthroat game. Are you kidding me? There's no rules. But it's fun playing with them, no matter what the game is. It was still fun. I brought my cognac cherries, did a bunch of drinks for people, Manhattans and stuff during that time. Got to see Dean from Cypher Unlimited. Unfortunately, Anthony couldn't make it. Some work stuff came up. But I got to talk to Dean a lot. We're talking about a project, which you can't say much about. And then I got to play Magnus Archives on Saturday with a friend of mine. Magnus Archives is the famous podcast that came out. I explain it as they don't use this. They have a bunch of stuff in the back of the book, but they don't say this. I explain it as X-Files meets like Cthulhu-esque VHS kind of feel. I got to play it on Saturday night. Super fun. But I was going to run Magnus Archives with the team for Monday. So when Monday finishes up, I was going to pick that up and bring it on board and run it. But my question really comes down to, does the audience want to see a slow-moving horror game? I don't know how engaging that is for the audience if it's like a 2-hour-long show. I think I would enjoy it, but I love horror. But X-Files was a slow-moving thing. Yes, there is some funny moments and some levity that gets kind of scattered in there. But the overall feeling of X-Files was suspense and horror. I think I would run it a little closer to 7, the movie, if you guys remember that with Brad Pitt and Morgan Freeman. I think that's more the style I would run it in. But I want to run it in like the 80s, early 90s when cell phones weren't a part. I feel like you get a better game when that kind of technology doesn't get too much in the way. Although if you read through Magnus Archives, there are things that stop those things. So anyway, that was super cool. I got to play it. I'm up in the air on it mostly because these two games and something else. On top of that, don't open the box. That's right. You don't know what's in it. The Goodman booth. I found another gentleman who lived by me here. He's running games for the Krampus Festival out here. So I'm hoping I get to go run games with them for that. But I went by and I wanted to pick up X-Crawl Classic stuff. I did all this prep for X-Crawl to run a game, and we didn't even end up getting to do it because we were just so busy. I brought Choice of Life with me. We didn't get to play that. So soon online, I'm going to run both. I need to play test my extra pieces for Choice of Life. So I even printed at home, printed my zine really quick, just so I had a copy of it to take with me. Just a really simple off the printer print, not good paper, just so I could edit stuff. I printed a map. I printed a bunch of characters, put those in here as well. But I did add a couple things that I'm doing a test run in before I dress it up more. Pull this out. So these were all of the character sheets. That's not important. But I did this. I did a map with all the locations on it. And then down on the bottom, you can see I put the charts you need. And over here, the hours you can track. And you would set this in front of you so you have your trackers. I want to test the hours. Someone said they didn't think the hours would work the way I think they do. But I'm going to test it and make sure. My brain says they work, but until you try it, you don't know. So I'm going to run this pretty soon. I got all the character sheets. I'm going to do it in person, but I'm also going to do this online for everybody. So if you're in our Discord, probably, I'm guessing next week sometime, I'm going to put this up as a playtest to play it. So I want to see how it goes. I want to run it, see if everyone enjoys it. And then I also think I'm going to allow people to use their breacher cards to affect what they're doing, because it's a playtest, and I just kind of want to see how it works. I know that the people who play this at home aren't going to use that, but for me, I think it's important. So this is what I'm pulling everything out of, by the way. So next, I did maps, and I wanted to run an X-Crawl Classics horror game. I did a light test run online with a couple people just to get the rules down, but I didn't get to run this at Conn because we were just so busy. I had to pick up games and run things for people who were missing. But the X-Crawls booth, they even had X-Crawl Classics, and they have the tiny reference guide, which has got your attack rules and stuff like that in it. Must have, I think. Cheap. I think it's like $10, right? Pick that up. I picked up 2 adventures to learn how they write adventures for it, which is Please X-Crawl Don't Hurt Him, which makes me laugh because I think a Please Hammer Don't Hurt Him. And then Murder Mountain Smackdown. So the first one is DJ Rose and the Riveting invites only the bravest, most cunning, most tenacious adventurers to her legendary Detroit X-Crawl event. You know you have to make the scene, but come prepared. She's got war turtles, purge zombies, kill putty, and more at her disposal. No scrubs need apply. That's for this one. For Murder, the Murder Mountain Smackdown, this is a level 0, so this is going to be like a funnel. Oh, I bumped it. Fuck. I bumped it when I was moving the thing. I just read these off. No. I'm going to read them again. They're too good. I bumped it with my hand. Okay. We're going to read this one first. Please, Hammer, don't hurt him. DJ Rosie and the Rivetings invites only the bravest, most cunning, most tenacious adventurers to all of the Detroit X-Crawl event. You know you got to make the scene, but come prepared. She's got war turtles, purge zombies, kill putty, and more at her disposal. No scrubs need apply. Right? I ain't hold up My Little Pony. I want to get the fuck out of here. And then Murder Mountain Smackdown. That's a 0 level one. DJ Harknox puts out a call for wannabe superstars from all over the empire. The chance for the ordinary folks to rise above their origins and grab some of the glory and the gold for themselves. You survive this mountain playground full of beer drinking yetis, angry post cryptids, ice grommets, and more. And what is the Cosmic Voyager? The answers are hidden on the mountain, and only the brave stand a chance. And then the other thing I said was this one was given to me at the booth, which was cool. So I knew I was getting this stuff. But let me show you my maps for this. I glued them to some cheap ass fucking dollar store poster board. So let me see if these are upside down. I'll do it this way. So I did all these. When they're on the table, I drew over top of movie stills. And your job is to, if you guess what movie it is from, you get a step bonus. If you're wrong, you get a step penalty. If you guess anything special about it, like I know who made something, I know the name of the voice, whatever it is, you get that. And on the back, I have information written on them. I also have the movie pulled up while we're in there. So I'm just going to flip through these just so you can kind of see all the ones I made. Right? Nice drew over top of stuff. And they're supposed to kind of obscure, you know, the look, because I don't want everyone to know what it is immediately. All right. This is one of my favorites. Set up like a stage. And I did things in gold so you knew kind of what was interactable to make it really fast for a convention. So there is a kind of a key for the colors. In silver is the outlines, and then black is usually hazardous, like the inked stuff. But anything that's gold is interactable. I think I'm going to do this a couple times. I'm going to run this one first with what I have and see how it goes. But I love this concept of doing the shiny metallic markers and this. I don't know. It's a very different look. But I had a lot of fun doing this, but we didn't get to fucking run it because I was just too busy. So goal over the next, like before Halloween, I would love to run this. If I can find a way to fit it in on one of the days coming up, this is on my docket for things to do. So those are the things I played and the things I brought to play. Also put Cyber Plus Punk. We didn't get to play that. I did a lot of networking at this show, to be totally transparent. A lot of like job hunting and networking stuff. Talk to old friends. All that kind of jazz. Stop by all the booths, look through all the vendor hall. I do love the vendor hall there. So when I was talking to Rob Wieland on Saturday night, he told me there was two places I had to stop. One of them I'm just going to show you. I'll put the links in the chat. I'll give you a brief overview on what it is. But I'm going to actually review it and go through it because it is so up our alley. If you remember when I was running Death in Space, which is kind of like a spin-off of Mothership. I've ran Mothership publicly before as well. But the way this was explained to me from Rob is you are the team going in and you're the grip crew, movie production people, archiving the historical efforts of what's going on. My explanation is, do you ever see What We Do in the Shadows? You're the film team. So you have to get like perfect shots and stuff like that. And this is archive. It's an entire book for it. It even has like a quick reference on the back for it. It's 67 pages, cover to cover. Gorgeous, bright colors inside, printed on black. This company put this out. This is amazing. There's other stuff that comes with this too, which we'll go over further when I do the full overview. But I brought the package one, which has got character sheets, like a pad of character sheets in the front and back. And that big box that's up here, They have equipment cards you can set there that come in this pack. So you know like how your camera works, what you can get with your better version of a red line and whatnot. But all of this together, I think all these together was like $40 for the book, the pad, and the token or the cards. But I'm excited for this. Imagine doing like Event Horizon and being the production team, or the Cell, or Jason X, or Hellraiser in Space, or Ice Pirates. Imagine doing fucking Ice Pirates with this. Or Invasion of the Body Snatchers. I just see a lot of potential for horror movie goodness. And those who know me, I run horror movie stuff all the way up to Christmas because I'm tired of seeing Christmas trees in October, and I guess this is how you fight against it. So that's Archiver. I'm really excited about that. It's a mothership tack on. You kind of stack it on top of it, and you play all the producers, grips, all that stuff. They even, a lot of the guys who wrote it are in the movie industry and have done filming. So a lot of the stuff that's in there, they have like a checklist for like how you film a movie to help you run something that maybe you're not familiar with. And I know that sounds ridiculous, but I think that's really helpful for people who have no idea what they're stepping into. But we're going to go over that one, I think, next Wednesday. We're going to dive into that in full. Today, I want to talk about the Wildsea. So I want to look at this. So Wednesday's perfect. That's the 30th, Devil's Night. We're going to be doing that. That's perfect. So I want to go over the Wildsea. The Wildsea is a company that I did not realize that I knew. They made Cyber Plus Punk. You've probably heard me talk about Cyber Plus Punk a lot of times. They help print and publish it. When I was talking to Rick at the booth, this gentleman is one of the lead creators for it. And originally, this was a comic book company. Here's their information. You can click and look at it, but we're going to go over to our table, and we're going to check out what actually is here. So let me pull up their piece here. And they also gave me another book that maybe we'll talk about later. We'll see what time permits. So MythWorks is the name of the studio. These are all the things they have done. They got Best Writing in 2023, Best Product of the Year nomination, Cyberpunk Best Layout, Emmy Award winner for Cyber Plus Punk, which is fucking gorgeous. I love it. And then they gave me this book, which are like on hoverboards. It's like, what is the name of that game? Something in Broomsticks? Is that right? Something in Broomsticks? I want to say Bed Knobs and Broomsticks, but that's wrong. So they gave me that as well, which I'm super excited about. They did comics originally. They have some dope merchandise, pamphlet adventures. Like they get it. The game I'm talking about, though, is the Wildsea. The art for this book is goddamn stunning. Like, everything else aside, if I cut every other thing out, the art is stunning. I mean, it's just gorgeous. I have the physical products here as well. I have the digital products to show you, but there are a few things that I think of the physical product you need to see in order to understand. We have a few goals today. I want to go through their website a little bit and talk over some stuff. I want to kind of, if we have time, I want to make a character. We're going to flip through the book and kind of see how it works, how it plays out. There's some very new concepts in here. On top of all of that, it's a little bit of a Forged in the Dark, but remodified for their game. So the first thing I want to do is showcase the physical books. Because, fuck me, man. I don't know how they did this stuff. I'm only missing one adventure because they were sold out by the time I got there on Sunday. But I have everything else, and they were kind enough to send me the PDFs for all of them, so I can showcase the PDFs today. All right, so here's their website. I am going to record some of these overviews, so I may not answer right away in between recordings. I just want to make sure that I'm getting enough footage to put out some videos on this. Probably actually have to do some editing on this one. We'll see, though. I don't really want to do editing, but you know. So you can find their website here. So let's go. We're going to do this. I'm just going to record this piece really quick. So MythWorks website, tons of awards they're up for. It's an award-winning post-fall fantasy tabletop set in a rampant ocean of verdant green. Literally, you're playing on the tops of canopies of trees. It's got like this great solar punk feel to it to me. You're on ships that use chainsaws to rip through this verdant green sea. Everything down below is dangerous. It's like, It's everything that I want in a game, and it's based on Forged in the Dark modified. It's gorgeous, right? So this is the website. You can find everything you need here. The books that are on sale, the PDFs are here as well. They have a cool GM screen that wraps around the book, which I'll showcase off during our next segment. And then, of course, there are 3 adventures that are already out. This thing is awesome. It is awesome. So with the website out of the way, I want to just quickly show the books, and then we'll dive into the PDFs. So this is the GM screen, front and back, okay? Really clean, looks great. But what I wasn't showing is that this GM screen wraps the books. And this is the book. So I take this out and set it down for a minute. I'm going to show you the full spread. This is the full spread of the GM screen. And if we flip it around here, this is the art to give you a taste of what's on the inside. Pretty cool, clean. I love that the book fits in here. I think that's really cool. It does only go in one way. As a warning to anybody who has this, you have to match the cover with this and make sure it's facing the right way. If you don't, it won't close right, but you'll do it once or twice. You'll figure it out. It's not that hard. The books are in landscape format. If anyone knows anything about me, I'm a huge fan of landscape. I think these fit on the table better than your vertical formats. Now, granted, this is a little bit of a different shaped book in general, but when you set it down on a table and open it, it's not going into the middle where you have maps and whatnot. I don't know if you can see this, but this is cloth bind. These are embossed. This is a semi like satin finish. Your spine on them, right? Really clean. And so you can see the other book side by side. This is the core book. And then this one is the Wildsea expansion Storm and Root. But you can see on your bookshelf, they thought ahead. They look super sexy next to each other, right? So these are the 2 books that are out right now, not including the adventures. The inside is printed fantastic. I'm just gonna flip to one of my favorite pieces to give you an idea of what you're in for. This is one of the playable kind of ancestries or races. I don't know the name offhand, but we'll figure that out as we look through and make a character. Full spreads. They definitely have the control panel mentality we've talked about in design on this numerous times, where it is a 2-page spread to help you easily navigate what you're doing. It looks great. And then the same thing for the other one. And then I have 2 of the 3 adventures here as well. They're in cellophane. I'm not going to open them up now, but you can see the 2 adventures. They are also in PDF on their site as well. I should have taken them out of the cellophane because they are hard to see, but I'll be showing them off in the next segment. But if you're looking for this, I think the entire package together, GM screen, both books, all 3 adventures, is like 140, 160, somewhere in that ballpark. Really nice company while I was there talking to them. They have custom dice as well for it as a D6 system. But enough of that. Let's actually get into the PDF and look at what you get with Wildsea. It's a lot more than you think. So I stopped that recording just so I can chop that and put it in wherever I want. Aren't these gorgeous, audience? Like, these things are fucking sexy. If I remember correctly, this one is the expansion for Ship Gardens, right? And then this scenario is a horror scenario. Really cool. I like the print for them. I've not opened one of these and looked at them, so I kind of want to look at it. Let's see what we get before we start flipping through the book, and then I'll do like a 15-minute review of it if I can do it. He just sent me all the PDFs today. I already have them set up for us to look through. But let me flip through this. Oh yeah, no, the fucking PDFs are just the adventures are just as gorgeous as the fucking books, dude. That's wild. Look at this shit. That's insanity. Super clean. You could tell they come from a comic book background. I love these larger boxes on the side to read, right? It's still bright in here right now because it's sunny outside. But I love this look and how they give you the different things to read out loud. Like Heddergen Tower. There are stories about almost every pre-V spit that surfaced throughout the wilds, or at least about those that had not been found or had been found. Where they came from, what they used to happen there, the habitats, and the Hamleys of the Lost World given new life by idle gossip and dockside chatter. So you're doing a lot of like sky grinding on forest tops. You'll see when you see the art and style. I mean, it's just evocative. Like every fucking page is a story. Like what the fuck is that? What am I fighting that? There's just some great stuff in the book. I don't know how much of the audience have played Blades in the Dark. For those who don't know, I think probably myself and Kelly as well, I would say, really fell in love with Blades in the Dark. Like really fell in love with it. If you remember or you were around during the Norse Foundry days, I ran Duskball, Syndrome, and what was the other one? White. What was the other one called? Bright Hill? White Bright? I don't fucking remember now. I'll have to look it up, but I ran 2 of them. And it was one where you guys were playing one of the crew as the audience, and then the other one was my show with everybody on it. And there's just something about that game when you get a bunch of people who love to like not just roll dice, but role play characters, involve themselves in dilemmas, take risks and chances. It just sings. And I'm hoping mechanically that is what this game does as well. Can't promise it, but I hope so. That link I put up earlier has the website if you want to check it out and everything they have. I'm going to switch back over to our other screen here because before we go into diving into the layout and like breaking this all down, this is all of Aylwood game stuff. Aylwood is the one who does Archiver. We will get into this as well. They do have a lot of this on itch. If you go to itch.io and you hit Archiver, you can see a lot of it is here and you can pick some of this up. We're going to dive into this in a deeper manner next Wednesday, but I just want you to know it's available in case you want to take it and look at it before we get into it with everything else we're doing. You know what I mean? I also pimped them out on Twitter. If you follow me, you probably saw this go out. They do deserve trophies. They do some really good stuff. But what I really want to talk about is John Harper. John Harper talked about that there is a new Blades in the Dark coming out. So hold on here. Blades in the Dark, there's a new expansion coming out that he teased us with here. I'm super excited. I don't know what this is going to be, but this came out as news during Gamehole Con. I want this so bad. I don't know what it's going to be, but tell me that doesn't look like SWAT's chasing someone across the rooftops in Duskball. Like, I have no idea what this is. Cannot wait. Cannot wait for some more Blades in the Dark. And if anyone knows what this is and has an inkling, put comments down below because I have no idea what it is yet. And he hasn't, as far as I know, announced it. So I'm hoping we hear before the end of the month. And then besides that, I'll close out Twitter here. I have our notes up here. I'm going to pop this over. I have our notes up here so we can go through the process of hopefully making a character and getting things done. So that'll be up in the background for everybody. But what we're here for, more than anything else, is to look over the PDFs. So let me pull up the core. We're going to flip through all of them really quick so you can kind of see what everything looks like. They are 2-page spreads. They are wide format. I thought I was going to have to reformat everything, but they fit quite well on the screen. So bravo to everyone who put this together. So this is the core book. This is what we're going to be looking through today. It's 368 pages. These are not small books. These are chunky books. They are everything that you need to play an entire game. Like, they put some serious work into this. I'm going to talk to him hopefully on Friday. I have some questions on, like, is it going to be an open license? Can you develop stuff for it? And that kind of stuff. So I wouldn't mind doing an adventure for this, I think. But just look at what we have going on this cover. It's all on this canopy of trees. You have these 4-armed, mantis-looking, Khopesh-wielding, flying creatures, right? Bladed people, like, that's awesome. The cover of Wildsea, you can see the boat, and there is living ships in this as well. I brought out the character sheet you could fill in. They did the extra mile of things that make me happy, like explain, warning, tracking Myers in the character sheet to show the length of the tracker, type number/length into the box on the right-hand side of the tracker. So you can see here, you can modify things. I think these are what they're talking about. I believe. Maybe? Let me see. Let me just put a 5 here. Yep. So you can kind of fill them out and type things in. I love the concept of having a cheat sheet where they're teaching you, not cheat sheet, notes on how to use their character sheet when they're doing digital ones like this. The Dragonfly, which is kind of the core setting, right? And then our quick reference sheet, which I believe is the inside of the GM screen for the most part. But I would hand this out to players as well. And we have everything on here. And I'm going to zoom in a touch on this before we dive into the game. I feel like cheat sheets give you a great overview of how games work if you already have a grasp, I will say, on how it should work. I'm going to see if I can go to 110 on this and fill the screen. 115 maybe? There we go. So can you guys see that all right? I think you can. So this is the page 1. Edges, it looks like these are your equivalent to your stats on first look. Grace, Iron, Instinct, Sharps, Teeth. Is that Tides? Tides, Veils. Wow, man, these guys are in the same... They're in the same train of thought as I am for ETHUANTIA. I love the color coding. You got your skills. Brace. These are very common Apocalypse World terms. Some new ones. Brace, break. What is this one? The font's a little hard at this size. Concoct. Okay, building stuff. Cook, delve, flourish, hack, harvest, hunt. Outwit, rattle. Well, I like that. I like that. Mend. Mend, maintain, and invent. That's rattle. That's a different term for that. Scavenge, sense, study, sway, tend, vault, wave walk. What is that? Oh, wave walk is like swinging from trees, navigating the wilds. That's a really cool term. I like that term a lot. And you got languages. I love that they didn't cut languages out. I feel like when you cut languages out of a game, short of something like maybe Star Wars, it could be a problem. You lose the flavor of the setting when you cut all that stuff. So you got all your languages. What is this, though? Hold on a minute. Are these your damage types? Cut removes the result after a roll, starting with the highest, used for cut for difficulty, cut for precision, cut for impact. Impact, low, normal, high, massive. Action is weaker, has less effect, marks less boxes. Most actions mark 1 box. High, more effective power, marks an extra box, so 2 or more. Massive, hugely potent, e.g. ship scale armament, marks all boxes in a track. Oh, so getting shot by a cannon would be essentially bad. I mean, it should be. I agree with that. That's cool. Then you got Myers. Let's see what that is. Marked in response to events caught in, something forced to do against judgment, or truly disturbing encounters, acting contrary to a Meyer automatically cuts dice equal to the marks on its track. Okay, so it looks like tracks kind of subtract from dice pools, maybe? Your drives, advancing or satisfying a drive gives a choice of 1. Gain a whisper, clear a mark or mire, gain a minor milestone once per session only. So some limits. Gain a major, and remove and replace it once per session only. And then you got the rest of the red, looks like damages and injuries and the different styles. So you got injury, length of a track. Again, when we were looking at, let me switch these. This character sheet, you can see all the tracks and you name the track. So that's cool. They gave you some blank ones just to kind of fill out. That's pretty cool. I do wish this image in the background was a little lighter. It's a little distracting because it cuts some stuff. Maybe that's just me. It also might be because it's form fill. Resistances, immunity, weakness, stacking. Very cool. Resources, types, and tags. So specimen, salvage, whisper, chart, any. So specimen. Okay, so these are the different types of resources, types, and tags. Using twice before fading, hunger. I'm curious to see what all these whispers are. I really am. This is just weird looking because I'm zoomed in at an odd percentage. It doesn't look like that normally. Then you got your action rolls. Edge, skill language, up to 3d6. Advantage, up to 2d6. So edge is 1, 3 for skill or language, advantage 2. So max dice pool is 6, it looks like. Do they name... Edges are your... Yeah, if you got them, you get a die. That's what it is. If you have any of these, you get a die. And then if you have the skills, you get dice points. Okay, so now it's a little different. Its dice are primarily actually skills. And you're adding an edge to it. It's what it looks like. And then if the language is involved, because you're talking to people, you get extra dice as well. Oh man, languages are really important in this game. More than I've seen in maybe anything else. You always want a 6, I know that. And if you get doubles of any kind, I believe it's a crit. If I remember what he was teaching me while I was standing there. Or it adds a twist. Yeah, it adds a twist. So your action results, triumph, conflict, disaster. So that's if you get a 6, a 5, or a 4, or a 3, 2, or 1, right? And yet you have different categories. So instead of Blades in the Dark, where you have controlled, risky, desperate, it looks like they've broke it down a little more granular, not just like one step past that, where instead of how dangerous the thing you're doing is, it's more about the action that you're taking. If you're attacking, defending, acquiring something, creating something, recovery, which is maybe healing, I'm assuming. Ratings is bypassing obstacles, safety, watch, which I'm not sure what that is. Maybe when you're on watch. Peace, montage, meeting, tall tale, gain a whisper, tree shanty. Oh, that's fucking cool. Instead of a sea shanty, you get tree shanties. Does it use tree branches knocking on each other and the sound of wind chimes instead of normal instruments? I swear to God, there better be a musician in here. That's really fucking cool. I like that. And then weather watching. So those are your categories. It's basically a full sheet of different styles. Then anytime you get a twist, for example, on an action, adds a small, potentially useful twist suggested by any player. Firefly has final say. The Firefly is the person running it. Just so you guys know what that is. It's like the GM for Wildsea. Critical hit, which increase impact. And remember, when we were up here, when we were looking at impact, you increase it. So if it was low or normal, it would go to high. I'm thinking that's how it works. Probably within reason. Counter does not mark damage. Gain resource, unique power. Okay, I like that. That's very clean. And then this page, which is a little smaller, you have montages. I love montages in a game. They're teaching you how to use it. The journeys, which I wrote journey rules for breachers, so that makes me really happy to see somebody else using the term journey. We're not the only ones. I always remembered the Lord of the Rings, and I've talked about this a lot, especially around, like, I think Eberron is when this really clicked for me. The journey can be important in a tabletop RPG, but that red line, when you skip from point A to point B, if that red line is not going to be filled with something evocative for the story you are telling, skip it. Just know the time, have some form of ration or some measurement that is going to go away from travel, have it be money, gas, fuel, whatever. But unless there's something important that can happen in between there, don't do it. Just do the time frame, talk about what it looks like, move on and set the tone for the next scene where they're traveling to. I do this in Breachers all the time. I think this is awesome. I'm really happy they made this. I'm curious to see how it plays out. And theirs, they do it a little differently. So it's departure, progress, and encounters. And I do something very similar for mine. Where's my... Hold on, we can just look at it. Hold on. I didn't think about this. Let me find Breachers. All right, so Breachers and SHADOWDARK for me. I'm going to scroll down here. Am I zoomed out or something? Yeah, zoomed out. That's fine. Let me go down to Journey. So I started making Journey for mine. So let me put mine on. And then I'm going to flip back and forth between them. So let me just turn the Chrome on. I'm going to turn the PDF off, right? So I do the same thing where I have my journey rules that I'm writing, right? So let's go down to it. Where's journey at? Between the walls, people, journeys. Mine is what the mission is, the distance, the map. You have your weird map you've drawn. Scenes, if you want scenes and what they're going to be in situations. Factions that could be involved. Sojourner, an evocative spot to make camp. The Sojourner camp. And then the journey home is usually a single roll to get back or the next adventure. That's up to you and the player. So that's how I did it. Let's see how they did it. I'm wondering if it's similar. They have a montage, which for the travel, choose an option. Montage, scene, checklist of preparation. So you're doing one of the three. It's kind of like doing legwork and blades a little bit. Progress and encounter levels. Crew members can take turns at the helm and on watch. And then they got some different versions you can do here. At the helm, what you can do. On watch, what you can do. Tending the engine, what you can do. 3 is the arrival and getting destination. Pretty cool. Cartographizing. Slowly create a chart of the area being traveled. Mark the Firefly's pathfinding track every time an important landmark is found. When a track is fully marked, gain a chart. So you are making like star charts, but like you're making branch charts or whatever they're going to end up calling them for the top of this tree-like tops. That's fucking cool. And you can watch weather, which I'm assuming is very important. So that's our cheat sheet, just to give us an idea of what we're jumping into. We're going to be looking at this and how to make a character. I may pull up a pre-gen so we can see what it is. I'm going to go through this. We obviously can't go through every fucking page. We did that for the GMG, and it took a really long time. But I am going to do a decent amount. We are going to marker it up like normal. I feel like I love the cover. The legality for, Mythic and what they are. The overview and setting. I do want to read over some of this for you, but I want to get my color here. Should we do green? Let's do orange. Orange is like the standard for everything we do. So I'm going to zoom in a touch on here. So I want to be able to read this efficiently and make sure that I can get you, everything that you need. So this game is very different. It uses D6 system. Let me grab the dice. Where did I put them out here? So let me pull one of these die out for you so you can see them. Has anyone, I doubt it, but has anyone in the audience played this yet? Like, I just learned about it. Did any of you know about it? I mean, I won awards in 2023 and I had no fucking idea. I think I've heard it in passing when I was looking up Solarpunk to run my Solarpunk Hope Finder game from Jason Bowman. But I've never heard of this game. I don't know if any of you have. Maybe, maybe not. So let me pull these out. Pretty clean, right? Pull one of them out here. Do love me some new dice. Ooh, they're fatties. These are fatty dice. What do the symbols mean anything? Let me go back to me really quick for you. Usually it's pretty good at this. So let me do this. There. I mean, obviously that's a 5. That's a 1. I don't think the marks mean anything, but these are big. Like, this is a dispel dice for comparison. That's a dispel die compared to the dice for this game. So they're big ones. Kind of remind me a little bit of the Avatar ones. A little bit. I mean, they're big ones. I want to put this in like a little treasure chest and travel with it. I like these though. This is a cool dice. I'm gonna leave these out in case we need to roll anything, right? In case we need to roll anything. They give you 6 dice, so they give you the cap for your characters. You don't get more than that. Let's go back over here. Ever feel like you're sitting too far from your screen? I feel like that today. I feel like I'm back further than normal. I really do. So let's talk about the setting and the overview. We're not going to go through everything, the rules, but I definitely want to talk about the setting, right? So whether you're browsing a hobby store, convention, hall, scrolling through a PDF, or proud owner of your own very own copy of the book, what you're reading now is Wildsea, a tabletop RPG of danger, exploration, and an impossibly verdant, weird fantasy world. Let's give you a quick overview of what awaits you throughout the rest of these pages. The setting is what I want you to hear about, and then we're probably just going to start going through and breaking down the things that we like. So let's talk about the setting. Some 300 years ago, the empires of the world were toppled by waves of vast growing greenery. A tide of rampant growth spilling from the west, this event of verdancy gave rise to the world you'll explore as you play. A titanic expanse of rustling waves and sturdy burrows known as the Wildsea. I already love the concept of this. I feel like it kind of sings to what I enjoy in a game, like legitimately. I love that it's about something different than just dungeon crawling. So let's see what else we get. Now, chainsaw-driven ships this is so fucking cool. That is such a great thing to hear. I remember Cliff Bleszinski from Epic Games when Gears of War was coming out, and he came in talking about how he wanted to put a chainsaw on a gun in the game, a rifle, like a chainsaw bayonet. And he said it's like peanut butter and jelly. They just go together. And he's not wrong. Chainsaws on the end of a sword, chain blades in 40K, there is something visceral about it, even if it's Ash Williams swinging one around or Eminem coming out from a concert swinging a chainsaw. There's just something amazing about seeing a chainsaw for a game. And now the fact that this is chainsaw-driven ships that cut their way across the dense treetop waves, their engines powered by oil fruit, rope golems, honey, and pride. Holy fuck. I did not know that that's what this game and how the chainsaw engines worked. Rope golems. The crews are a motley, humanity's weathered descendants rubbing shoulders with cactoid gunslingers, animated wrecks, silk-clothed spider colonies, humanesque slugs with driftwood bones, and other strange things. Each has a role and a reason to be out in the Wildsea, and it's their stories, your stories, that the game is designed to tell. So this game is designed to help you tell a story as a group. The Wildsea hungers and grows, roots still questing down into the world's depths as waves ripple from life. Spits of ancient earth and the heights of old world monuments now serve as ports, cities, farms, and jails, each with their own laws and ways. The years after the Wildsea's arrival were harsh, and by the time the art of sailing was rediscovered, most old culture had splintered into new, often unrecognizable forms. So we're not just dealing with the same old. Everything has changed as we've went through these 300 years. It's pretty cool. The economies of the verdant world are unpredictable and ever-changing, but there's always a value to be found for those willing to brave the perils of the world. That's where you come in. I already see like trades being different, things like that. They're going to go over the game that you're playing. I love the bolds here that you're playing Wind Sailor. That's what you're called. The Wildsea starts as hooks when you're starting your adventures. Decisions are made through the conversation. The Firefly is the GM. Pretty cool. Very easy to remember, right? We're not going to fuck that up. Like, we kind of know what we're coming into for that. The rules are dice pools, which we've talked about before. By looking at that cheat sheet, we already kind of know what we're getting into. It's a 6 die, max of 6 die pool. Triumph, conflict, and disaster are important. Tracks, resources. And then influence. This book, this is kind of cool. I didn't know they were going to put this in here. Let's zoom in a little bit. See if I can fit this to the page. I mean, it's tight. It's a little tight. Let's do 175. Influence. This book would not exist without a hell of a lot of media, but there are some influences stand alone. I hope Pirates of Dark Water are on here. I really do. When it comes to role-playing games, Belly of the Beast, Blades in the Dark, Heart of the City Beneath, and 13th Age, all amazing. To thank the most, though, Pathfinder and Call of Cthulhu should definitely get a shout out there, too. As for other sources, Bastion and Son of the Sea help shape some of the core ideas behind the world through both their gameplay and their soundtracks. Bastion is an amazing game if you've never played them. You certainly wouldn't be reading it if I'd never watched Firefly or read China Miraville's Boss Log trilogy, which I've never read that. I don't know what that is. I'm gonna make a note that I should check out Boss Log. Has anyone else here read Boss Log? Does anyone know what that is? Boss Log trilogy. I was gonna say it's a thing to look up. I have no idea what that is. I used to read a lot. I used to work for Walden Books way back in the day, but I don't know that. RPG design, RPG creation communities are also instrumental in giving the drive you need, and then options. The Wildsea is designed to be accessible for as many individuals as possible. If for any reason there are certain aspects of the game that are difficult to engage with, we've added a set of seals behind text that focus on the spiritual, the acronological magical, and the technologically advanced. If those are elements you wish to avoid, just watch for the seal. That's kind of cool. I mean, they're kind of saying, hey, we want more of a, we don't want a spiritual game, we want this. That's a nice little touch, because I think you kind of build the world together from my general understanding. So let's zoom back out here. You know what we got to check here, everybody? There's only one thing that's more important than anything else. Are there hyperlinks? That's what we got to find out today. It's hyperlinked. We're friends. We're friends. We don't have to be mad. We're all good. We're buddy-buddy. As long as there are hyperlinks, I can enjoy this game as a PDF. Thank you. Thank you. It means a lot. So we got 2 pages for content. The brief overview is setting, mechanics, scenes, montages, journeys, character elements. Character creation starts at 99, which I'm sure we're going to end up there. Bloodlines seem like your, what would be race or ancestry in other games. Origins are probably like where you come from. Posts? That's a weird term for class, but those are all your classes. You build your ship together. Ship and shipbuilding. There's a bunch of them, and I believe, if I remember correctly, I think this expansion, Storm, the Roots one, Storm and Root, I think this has some more ship stuff in it. Let me just double check. Yeah, so it kind of mirrors the chapters that are in here. It talks about the Wild Blue, the Crushing Depths, which are below the canopies, the character options, more bloodlines, more origins, more posts, and then, oh, they have a Swarm Jack in here. There's some fucking crazy shit in here. More expanded shipbuilding, hazards, reaches, which I'm not sure what that's going to be, advice and resources, and extras. So this has a bunch of stuff that kind of mirrors the chapters that are in here in order. They just added more. I like the format. I like the format being the same between the 2 books, so it's easy to look up each thing that you want. Is this one the same pages? No fucking way if this is the same pages. Nah, it's a little shy. It's like 68 pages, 70 pages less, but still pretty beastly. So that's everything we got here. This art, they got it. They went environment heavy. I believe that art that is environmental from working in the video game industry, that evokes more of the style of game you're going to play. So I love seeing spreads of landscapes. If you don't do spreads of landscapes, people aren't going to know where they are. They're just going to make everything in their brain look like what they've played in before. So I love that they're doing this stuff. I think it's a really smart play on how to handle it. All your core concepts are in here. So let's take a look at this. This will kind of give us an idea of what we're looking in. I love the little written pieces on the side. This stuff, this is great. It was a stupid idea. Tarek knew it, and her grandfather knew it. The leaves were so full of life, they scratched the skin with a touch. Beasts the size of mountaintops wound their way through the shade of the lower trunks. Rootquake shook the treetops. reconfiguring them, pushing remnants of a world long dead up to the surface. It was a stupid idea to look at the rustling. Dented hull thrust up between the leaves before them, a stone's throw away, and thinking it would ever sail again. The seas her grandfather once charted had long been empty. There were no waves to crest, no currents to ride. It was a stupid idea, obviously, but still, pretty cool little showing the passage of time going in. Treetops are a sea in this game. Like, these are the broad strokes, everybody. Treetops are a sea. Land is scarce and valuable. So instead of water, like it is in ETHUANTIA, it's land. There's a economic resource that you're striving and fighting over. Plant growth is rampant. Nobody really wants that to be true, but fucking is, man. Open flames are forbidden. Oh. Almost all cultures have prohibitions against the use of fire while at sea, for good reason. Flame burns hot and long on the Wildsea wood and spreads at a terrifying pace. If fire does not break out, even the most bitter enemies will likely put their differences aside to fight it together. I mean, yeah, like you're stepping into a shit show. Like if that blows up, right, and the fire spreads across the treetops, everyone fucking dies. What is this? Krizirin corrupts on contact? I don't know what that is. Secreted by some of the Wildsea's most dangerous vegetation, Krizirin is a potent toxin. Brief contact does little more than sear the skin, but long-term exposure warps both body and mind in terrifying ways. Ooh, we got mutants. This, along with the threat of predators and falling, keeps most sailors on their ships during long voyages. What if ships are pretty large, or if it's like Firefly, where it's cramped and quaint? I'm curious to see how they handle that. Economy is a barter base, so you're bartering. I love that. It's weird. Weird world. Genius. I love that it's weird. It says the Wildsea is a setting design below magic, high weirdness. It's a world of unusual creatures, woken spirits, and unbelievable abilities. But they're mostly tangibly connected to the waves themselves. They're very little in the way of wands and spell books or magic study. The practice of twisting the world in mysterious ways is referred to as, acronautics? Literally delving into the unknown and uncanny. That's cool. So this is kind of the breakdown of what it is, how you do this. First thing you notice is movement, whether through the kiss of high altitude winds or constant motion. So they're kind of breaking down how you run the waves and what's going on. So you notice movement, you notice sound. The third thing, which should have been the first, is danger. These are their kind of like key moments on what you should be paying attention to when you're out on the sea. So they're doing a really good job setting you up for success on kind of an evocative piece. Opening your mind, kind of cut through that, what came before. So they break down all of the important terminology in the game, which I'm doing something very similar for ETHUANTIA right out of the gate. I think that knowing the terminology lets you walk through the book confident versus trying to figure things out as you go and flipping to the back of the book. If you give the important concepts up front, it lets people be prepared for what they're about to do. Great decision. So you have all this here. They have their timeline, the 300-year count back to present day. The idea of saltwater sea or land larger than a mesa seemed absurd to most. Fairy tales, blood, savage exploration drive the community. The world is different, but it thrives once more. Here is the 2-page spread. I kind of want to flip back so you can see this. I'm going to do it, actually. Hold on, give me a sec. I have it set up. I got to do the thing that was taught on the other one, on my other stream. Show gas between pages, show cover. There we go. Look at this spread. This gives you an idea of what you're doing. You are on top of these trees making your way through, and then everything below is dangerous. Like, I know there's like fucking dangerous sap, things like that that can really kind of fuck your day up. So I love the concept of this being an important thing. These are the layers. You have the skies, right, up above this shit. Let me do this again. So skies. Whoops. Come on. Skies. Thrash. Topmost layer of the great iron-rooted trees. The tangle, which I'm guessing is here. And then the sink, which is where often where wrecks often lodge themselves in the largest creatures of the wild sea, as thick as the tangle, but far more dangerous. So I think the tangle's there. I think this here, the green is it. I think that's where it is, like in the bases of the trees. The drawn, point of no return. Down is where the branches thin and light dies, so here. And the darkest under eaves are going to be like the very ground. I think that's the breakdown on how it goes. So you have this really cool, bright situation where you go down in these like eerie green moss and spore covered areas. The plants can be creepy, man. If you ever watch Annihilation, there's some messed up stuff you can do. Sample of a party. I love the art style. You can tell they were a comic book company before. But look at this stuff. You got like a human of some form, a cactus person. I think this is a mushroom creature. I think this is one of the animated wrecks back here. I don't know what this is or this is. A fucking, is that a moth person? Oh man, Allie's never allowed to see this game. Allie, if you're watching this, there's a moth person in this game. Super cool. A lot of building parts from other things for your style. You're playing a wild sailor. These are your goals. So cruising goals: to explore, to salvage, to hunt, to trade, to adventure, to escape. Awesome concept. Then you got this weird grappling hook. Tools of the wild wave. What the fuck is that? I'm sorry, what? A spore scarf. Beloved by those bloodlines with oxygen processing lungs, which is, well, actually quite a small amount of them. Spore scars are a useful barrier against the airborne particles that drift through the rustling waves. Through the tar-treated fabrics were originally designed to be easily pulled up and over the mouth in case of spore cloud. They've shown just as effective as protecting their wearers from all manner of airborne hazards, from toxins and tiny insects. Are you wearing like fly sticky sheets? Is that what I'm reading this as? Tar-filled fly sticky sheets? Okay. Rope and grapple. Todd will love this. He loves a hook shot. We just saved Drew's character with his hook shot he built. Little spoiler. Super cool. A blade. Obviously, you need something to cut things. A blade or an axe. Draws and drawbacks. Life of the waves. There's a bunch of draws and drawbacks that you get. Acquisition of knowledge and other. Okay, that's pretty cool. I get the idea. Common deckside superstitions. Holy fuck. Guys, this is Solar Punk ETHUANTIA. I got superstitions, everybody. If you've been watching ETHUANTIA, you know what superstitions do. Super cool. Then we got travel, charts, and mapping. I'm just gonna kind of cut through this stuff. Okay, yeah, look at this ship. This is a sample of one of their ships. So it has like the chainsaw piece and it fucking throws, like pulls across the top of the verdant tops. And it's a chainsaw ship. Who doesn't want this? This is wild. It looks so cool. I wonder if they came up with the word Wild Sea because there's a bunch of weird shit, or if it's because everybody playing their game went, that is wild. What the fuck is that? Is so wild. What is going on? I think that's more than likely what happened. I'll ask Rick when I interview him or talk to him, but I feel like wild came from that. Now, while sailing, the different ships, Super cool. Dangers at sea, the Crasarian, that's the trees Wildsea grow from astonishing speed. Broken branches, sprouting new shoots within minutes. Crasarian is an eldritch chemical that causes rampant regrowth, so like some form of like super growth. Sulfusizing the sap, fruit, and leaves of the iron roots and the similar trees that feed parasitically from them. That's pretty cool. Caustic to touch, it mutates people. Spores, there are different spores obviously flying around, makes sense to me. There are seasons as well, which just makes its own challenge. Insect life, oh god. All the worst things of a jungle. All the worst things of a jungle. They talk about your flora, your fauna, your waves, your mire, all that stuff. Your flame. I like these kind of chapters that kind of give a breakdown of what you're doing and like what you're getting into. Hey, how you doing? We're going over Wildsea. I've not started recording yet. We went over Gamehole Conn. We're now going over Wildsea, and I'm going to do a recap and put it out. I will say, my voice is cash. If anyone is noticing this, I'm going to actually put a cough drop. I feel like I'm a little raspy today. I was yelling a lot at Conn. Not negatively yelling, but just yelling. Hey, Dean, if you're watching this, hey, look at this. I brought one. You forgot. Forgot to bring chapsticks, sir. Just in case you're watching it, Dean. I just want you to know there's you know, and I have other chapsticks over here. It's because, you know, I carry my own, Dean. For those who are Gamehole Conn know what I'm talking about. Let's get a cough drop in when we're looking over this. So they break down your civilizations and what you're, I'm assuming, on the different styles. The junctions, the shipyards, non-essential services. What's this? Smokehouses. Open flame on the Wildsea is a dangerous proposition, but tobacco and other narcotics, burnables, remain popular. Smokehouses are typically sturdy stone buildings that allow patrons to indulge in such vices without fear. Oh. That's kind of cool. They're making opium dens for tobacco. Shadow springs. Hot springs, natural, artificial. Kartakai. Small libraries of ever-changing maps. Oh, cartography map areas. Cool. Chop stations. Nutrition from strange beasts of the Wildsea is an art form itself. Chop stations are meat preparation. Oh, grill houses. There's going to be cooking in this game. We all know how much I'm going to like that. Adam, we got cooking, buddy. Maybe you can still survive in another life form. Scratch. The lowest forms of barter. Scratch is a catch-all term for mushroom stems, rusted bolts, chips of amber that end up filling a wild sailor's pockets after a journey. So you're just trading these pieces of accoutrement that you have found. Super cool. Food, drink, cooking, crates, cast cargo. How you cook without fire? That's a really good question. I was going to ask this. Run ships with dangerous machines. You might as well use their housing or exhaust to serve as dual purpose. A chemical stove, a bonfire bug, a classic Wilds technique. Bonfire bugs use searing liquid for self-defense. Careful training can encourage them to hunker down on your pots, slowly boiling whatever's inside. Excellent for soups. Lightning strike, rare and effective. And then pitcher acid. Harvest from the guts of predatory plants. Cool that they added how you cook in this. That's actually pretty sweet. Common staples, vegetables, meats. They're kind of breaking everything down. They got a little bit of art here for you. Post-verdant culture. Kind of what you're doing. They're not calling it solar punk. I guess it's verdant punk, really. Maybe verdant punk is a better description for this setting. Law, vices, this art. I love this art. It's so good. She's barefoot, man. That's dangerous. What, barefoot on a ship deck with wood splinters? No. No. I'd be wearing shoes. Whenever there's something to be thrown, kicked, or hit with something else, there's competition. Nice. Music. So there's music in this. I didn't mean to do that. Delete that. Whether it's an accompaniment or a performance. So there's definitely a bunch of different music in here they use. They talk about any different music? No. Oh, here we go, right here. The artwork is the best part, I think. Dude, Nick, this game gets wildly good. Have you read through this, Nick? Trickstar, large guitar-like instrument. Jaccordion, a classic wind sailor instrument used to evoke the feelings of lost salt spray. Jaccordion serves as a backing for tree shanties. The mez horn. I think all this is super evocative and gives you a good idea. Rabar is a spinning top that produces a calming drone when spun. Serves as the dual purpose of giving ambient noise or string instrument performances. Kind of cool. Curiously, keeping insects away. Scorpion tail maracas. Oh, do you like Blades in the Dark, Nick? So my understanding is this system is very much like a modified Forged in the Dark, which I love Forged in the Dark. I mean, it's just a dice pool system. I'm excited for it. I think the setting is great so far. Technology. So you got a whole technology kind of overview. And then we have our common technology. Ship-mounted chainsaws, chemical engines, salvage made of clockworks, chains, ropes, pulleys. The art really kind of sings for this. Crossbows, string weapons, tension weapons, chemical propulsion firearms. And then there's rarer technology, which is like a punch card, which is... Punch card? Binded constructs? Okay. Complex spring work, ceramic batteries, electromagnetic arrays, solar compressors, attachments for diving deep, so basically like bleak knots for my world. Stone and sweat option. What is this? Technology allows us to see this fluctuating mess of old and new, traditional and inventive, but it doesn't have to be this way. If your group prefers a setting without the roar of chainsaws or bustling of chemical compressant, there's always an option to scale back and go for the grittier, sweatier world. Weapons are made of stone, wood, so a little more of that archaic feel. Ah. Well, I can tell you, I run a really good Blades in the Dark game. So I am excited to run this. Prevernant technologies. I love this electro sword and all the coils on the... That's super cool. Bones is like splint armor. Really cool. 6 shots, wheezing belt. This is cool. Spirituality has got spirits and specters and whispers. Look at this fucking weird spider-like creature. That is super awesome. What type of magic is this then? It must be like spirits of the forest and shit. Yeah, rustling waves, hearing things on the sea, specters that are people who have died. So all the things you would get for Seaborn, but more of a spirit like tree economy kind of feel. I like that. Whispers. There are some evidence for the form of whispers, living words that warn their way into individual's mind, nestling there until they're ready to be spoken. These whispers are regarded by many as words with souls, by some as narrative parasites, and others by cryptic expressions of ancient stories that predate the rustling waves. Though the truth of them is one of the Wildsea's greatest mysteries. What is known for the whispers carry potential, power enough to change the world. So it's like true speech. Whispers are basically true speech. Second, let's see if I can do this. Hold on here. I'm gonna see if I can write this. True. Damn it. So if I can do that, I can't. There you go. True speech. Awesome. Hey, Trickster, what's up, buddy? We're talking about chainsaw boats that sail across a verdant treetop in this solar punk, verdant punk setting called Wildsea. It is amazing so far. There's no organized religion, widespread religion, something a rarity. So they're probably like pocket religions. Worship the sea and Leviathan cults. Love that. No gods, no ghosts option. So there isn't any. They're giving you an option. I like these call out boxes. This kind of shit is smart. Because if somebody wants to play, it's like, I really don't want to play ghosts or spirits. You just cut it out. You just don't have it in your game. And they're telling you it's okay to do it, giving freedom, kind of untraining the 3.0, 3.5, 5e. Like, if it's not in the book, we can't do it. Or if it's in the book, we got to use it. Cuts that shit out. Whispers are one of the more mysterious elements. You can kind of cut it out. Then we get into the next part, which is acronautics, representing the concentration. I do think their background stuff here is this stuff like here. It needs to be pulled back a touch because this text gets hard to read over top of it. I've noticed that in a few spots. Just like a pass, even if it gets like a light gradient here and cuts out some of that gray. Weird World, it's a little different, I think, maybe in the print version, but I mean, I can tell you. What page is this? This is page 28. Yeah, it's definitely easier to read in the print version than it is in the PDF. Which I think they're obviously, as gorgeous as these books are, I think they were worried about the print over the PDF. Let me turn up my brightness. It's getting darker out. So we have basic principles, befriending and bonding with unusual creatures that doubt some form of abilities. Cool. This is cool. These are things you can do. Wow. Forging an uncanny material into a relic or tool of some kind to keep on your person. So like hammers, things like that. Using alchemy to extract and ingest essence of particular strangeness. Incorporating a part of the wilds into your own body as a permanent fixture. Becoming a weird injury experience that would otherwise have ended you. Like surviving like a lightning strike, things like that. Super cool. Training in crisis. So why aren't there, what is it? More Arcanauts? So Arcanauts are a thing. Weirdness already, the weird in the world of dissolving. Uncanny between the two. So first step of harnessing Arcanautic power is to find an element of nature. Okay, so they're uncommon. Huh. Very cool. So it's just rare because they're powerful. Ooh, what's this art? Look at this thing. That's one of the cacti people. I love the armor and shit. And then like that, this over here is their weapon piece. It looks like a hammer. And why not just magic? Because there's no magic in Rustling Waves. It's just how it fucking is. Option, rebirth of science. So they're giving you more. This here is awesome. They're giving you more. Can I do that a little easier? Let's see here. Ever since watching, what's his name? Thor. He talks about when people draw on the screen, people are more, it doesn't matter what it is, the more options, they're more likely to look at it. So I've been drawing the screen more. I think it's funny. I wish I could can I make this smaller? Anyway. More amazing art. What is this for? This is for the mechanics of the game. Love this old bright. This really reminds me of Annihilation. The Wild Worlds engine. So this is the framework for the rules for the game, okay? This is we're talking about how shit works. They talked about these icons earlier. This is your Firefly icon, right? So hold on here. This is Firefly. This is the dice icon. This is the character sheet icon. And this is the crew sheet icon. Very similar to Blades in the Dark. And I know Blades in the Dark really well. So I'm excited to see if this engine that they've built on top of Forged in the Dark engine succeeds in giving me the same feeling I got when I'm playing Blades. Anytime I play Blades. So Firefly, you're running the game. If your group would prefer a more collaborative experience, the appendix to this book has a section called Dragonfly Rules, a way for the player, a way of playing the game where the duties of GM are split between everyone at the table. Oh, so there's a way to play a group version of this game with no GM. It's like a collaborative storytelling experience. Huh. I am not gonna lie. I'm curious to see how that works. Set of dice. We showed them off earlier. These are the ones that they are for the game. It's 66. 66 seems to be the max your pool can be. I do agree with you. I think Thor is a pirate. He's fucking amazing. A running example. Learning the rules can be hard, especially when you've only got some text to draw from, so hopefully making things a little easier. The rest of this document will contain running examples of play. Super smart. You can call the ship Serenity, I don't give a fuck. No exceptions. They did cite Firefly as a reference, my friend. You're gonna be a brown coat too? We're gonna go all in? You're just gonna make it your own thing because you can't play something that somebody else wrote? I'm just saying. You can be Mal too while you're at it. Or Book. If you're Book, we're gonna do it right after you're no longer around. I'll also make another character immediately. So, we've got a character sheet breakdown. I love when companies do this. I think every game designer should break down the character sheet so you know how to use them. My prime example of this being a problem is people don't realize in Dragonbane that the little circle next to it is not to mark if you're trained in the skill. Sure, when you make a character, you can do that. Then you erase them. You actually mark those so that you know when, I don't know, when you get an experience point. Just saying. Quick reference for what things are, how to roll. They let you build your results here. They have a background, edges. Edges are kind of like your thing that you excel at in the game. They add 1 die. Skills go from 1 to 3. They kind of replace attributes in the game. No one has a hard attribute. Languages. The languages a character can speak and understand, like skills. These are ranked from 1 to 3. The higher the rank, the greater your grasp of language. Languages are important in this game. I will tell you, from my understanding, the people who made this game were English teachers. And I feel like they really kind of wanted to show why language is impassioned and important in a game. If you are willing to take and break your skills down and add just as many languages as you have skills, that means that they mean something for you in the game. And I'm really hoping they make it fun for the players, because languages are frustrating to some players. So maybe they found a way to make it sing. Maybe. Aspects. There are a few traits, gears, pieces, and companions that make you unique, far more permanent than resources. These give your character special abilities when you act. So these are like the gear in Blades in the Dark, things that you can do. That's your aspects. That is over on this side of the sheet, right? Did Cap just say language? Yes, Amir. Cap just... Captain America was here and just said language. Yeah, you got it. Resources, remember it's trade, so you're kind of collecting the temporary things you have to give away. Milestones that keep track of things as you're playing. Drives are the things that are important to your character, which obviously those can change as you play. Mires are vices and curses that drag them down. Super cool, mostly for role play. And then temporary tracks like the journey and everything else. And that's the wild sheet for everything. Then there's the crew sheet. So you have to remember in this game, just like Blades in the Dark, you have your character, then you have the crew sheet, which is shared amongst everyone. Crew sheet shared by everyone at the table with information on your ship, your undercrew, your passengers, your cargo, and a way various factions see you. So that's kind of the thing you record, and it's kind of like what shields your players. Actually, the wall they go through. You're known by your crew and what you do first. And then maybe your personal stuff's also involved. Maybe you have something that makes you more famous than that. Serving Hands is saying brown coats only, my friend. So you got name, ranks, ratings of the 6 tracks that you have here, which is armor, haul, speed, saws, stealth, and I think it's tilt, which is probably turning, is my guess. Design, overall main structure of your ship comprised of size, frame, hull, bite, engine. Each of the choices you make directly impact. I looked through that a little bit when I was at Conn. Some cool options in there for that. Conditions, undercrew. Undercrew are NPCs, gangs, animal packs to help keep the ship running, or rope golems, which we found out earlier. Rope golems make the ship go. Fucking awesome. Stakes used to purchase parts for your ship. Stakes are unique resource shared by crew. Reputation, what you're known for. Cargo and passengers in case there's extra people. Then obviously notes. So really clean sheet. Really clean. A digital tabletop, this would be easier. If I was playing this in person, I think I would have it laminated in the middle of the table. We can slide it in, or not laminated, but in a sheet and pull it in and out. That's what I would do. You know what I mean? Let's cut back. Yeah, the structure of the game, they're teaching you how to structure it. Scenes, montages. I love montages. I think if they're done right, they're a really great way to showcase what you want. Periods of rest, unhurried exploration, and training are usually treated as montages, condensing the mundane but necessary parts of adventure into the shortest time possible. They let each character undertake a task, a long action, a benefit, so things that take time. You kind of want to have a montage during your journey, I'm guessing. Journeys are how you go from point A to point B. You're at the helm, you're on watch. There's different positions on the ship that you can do. The conversation, this is a new concept. I don't think I've ever heard it called this, but it's the natural back and forth between players, which is true. It's the table talk, the conversation. Like, ETHUANTIA had a ton of table talk yesterday. I kind of let it ride because they're in their season finale, and I wanted them to talk things out. Some dire straits are here. Things seem really grand in ETHUANTIA, and I think conversation is a really good, I might even steal it. It's a really good really good concept and terminology to use for teaching your players that having talk at the table is good, in character or out. Not to halt it, but to focus it in a particular direction when necessary. Very smart. Keeping the conversation for some of the keys are good. Firefly has a role play in this, but there are some ways you can help players do it. You can help make decisions. Whoops, I highlighted that poorly. Make decisions. Ask and answer questions. Don't be afraid to ask questions. It's important. Take action. Also important. Mute topics as necessary. Love the term, a little more modern. The wrestling waves are harsh and unforgiving by nature. That doesn't mean your conversation has to be. It's often worth taking a few minutes to discuss the tone you're aiming for before you start play, or to mute any topic that you don't want to be a part of your crew's ongoing story. Yeah, like real world, politics, religion, or talks about AI. I don't want those at my table. I don't want them. I don't want fight or flight mechanisms. You can do that on your own time. We're all playing together. Let's not piss people off. In-game politics and religion, different conversation. Fictional world. Conversations in play, kind of talking about how it works. Another just amazing piece of art. So I don't know what the fuck that thing is. It looks like it lost its legs and has been given wooden spiky legs. The fuck is that thing? Is that like a fucking fox Cthulhu serpent? Anyway. Focus is a kind of narrative spotlight where you which move from character to character. I really believe in focus lights kind of transferring for the table. I notice when you get a stall scene where people aren't doing something, I will put a light on someone, ask them a question. If they can immediately answer it, I'll keep the light on them. If they can't, I'll pull it away and put it on another player and kind of rotate, but tell that person I'm going to come right back to come up with something. Shifting focus. Some people may want to hijack. So they're teaching how to run the game here. Hooks, I guess, are the big thing in this game. When we were reading earlier, they talked about hooks. Wildsea is not a game of long, planned-out campaigns or pre-written stories. The focus of the narrative is always on the crew, and it wants the goals of the characters it's comprised of. The Firefly's role isn't to give you an adventure to follow. It's to present you with a world to explore and experience. That's a lot how I run games anyways, hooks. And a lot of writers I know have really shifted back over to this style of writing. It's how I write my adventures, is hooks. I want you to fill the story out because I want to give you dots and you and your players should be connecting it. And that's what this does. At least in my eyes. I don't need to wax poetic for my adventures the whole time. So hooks as you play, super important. Firefly describes the preparations of the local festival while the crew are docked at port. This can be treated as a little bit of a local color and move past, or it might lead the crew helping supply food and drink for the locals, taking part in the festival itself, or solving a problem that may have been troubling the organizers. This is important. These kind of things here are letting your players pick the direction they want to go. Instead of taking authority away, you're giving them the okay to take authority of what they want to do. And whatever you want to do, put it in front of them. They're going to pick up what you put down, right? They're only going to know what to ask questions about or what you tell them. That's what they're teaching you here. Choose wisely. Not every hook the Firefly presents is going to be something that appeals to your group. So make sure you don't put things down that suck. It's literally what I just fucking said. And then a hook of your very own. Not all hooks have to come from the Firefly. Maybe it's a player that wants to do something. With that said, check this guy out with his goddamn huge chainsaw and 3 arms and power bracer and whatever the shit this stuff is. It's a cat. So cool looking. I cannot speak higher about this art. You got arcs. Arcs are important. I love these in the Cypher system. I love that when you have personal, small arcs for yourself that contain a narrative, they can be front-loaded arcs, emergency arcs, and tell your own story. But arcs let players kind of really dive into stuff and build relationships with NPCs, and you can even do your own arcs for NPCs that tie players together. Arcs are kind of like that beginning of a strand from one dot to another, or to those outside dots of all the NPCs and players, how you connect them to locations on a plot web. It's super cool. Oh, the power glove. It's so bad. I mean, you know what it looks like to me? It looks like electrocoil pieces. Like you would charge it and shock people. That's what it looks like to me. I'm sure it's just a bracer that's pulled from a ship. But that's what it looks like to me. Front-loaded arcs, emergency arcs, kind of you need to bring something in, tell your own story. Really cool that they're teaching that story style. They talk about bugs being huge in here. Someone who has to work around bees all the time when I'm on the docks, man. Oof. Here's the basics. Basics of the game, all right? Basics. You got tracks in this game. Remember when we were looking at the character sheet? You have temporary tracks down here that you're going to fill out and change constantly, right? It gives you the ability to kind of fill them in and do what you need to do with them. So in the game, tracks are how you complete things. If you played Starforged, that is very similar. You have tracks that you do when you're playing Starforge, and those tracks are how you gain experience and complete story arcs and kind of know when they're done, and you can fill out a dot as you go. They've made this easier, it looks like, than Starforge. Starforge is like 1-line, 2-line star for like completing stuff, and depending on the difficulty. This one looks like it just makes it easy with a mark through it. Example of kind of track you'll be running. Run into a lot. One set by the Firefly to measure the progress towards a particular event. Festival of Hives. Even though the track hasn't been marked yet, it's already been given you information, the name of the track, the Festival of Flies, clues you in on what you're counting up to, and what's likely to happen. The final box ticks its mark. The length of the track, 3 boxes, let's show how many marks it takes to take for something to happen. It's almost like clocks, but in a line. That's what it is. And you fill 1, now you've got a next bit of important information. When the sun goes down, the track gets marked. You most likely have 2 days left as the festival begins. And sure enough, when the sun goes down, on your 3rd day in port, Festival of Fireflies. Firefly marks the last box, filling the track completely. Bees swarm the rooftops and the streets. Run with honey and laughter. The Festival of Hives has begun. Pretty cool. Really clean. Talks about naming tracks, marking tracks, how to do it. Very important. I think looking at an adventure is going to help people understand how to run this kind of thing as well. Oh, they do have, they did do the other versions. Marks aren't always permanent. Sometimes an event ability will clear. Burn A burn is a special kind of mark that can't be cleared. So if you exit, it's fucking permanent. And they have impacts and whatnot. And you can have track breaks. Like the rumblings begin, the root quake proper, shifting and settling. And then the growth of the root quake is this plus this plus this. Smart, fun way to track events. Easy to do. I feel like this is a nice way for people to understand. And then they got tracks of play. Actions. We talked about this when we looked at the cheat sheet earlier, up here. And again, this is bad art because I have it zoomed in at a weird level. But if I zoom this out, we talked about the different versions of injuries, damage tracks, and stuff over here. That's what they're starting to talk about here with impacts and rolls. You build your dice pool. You describe your action. You roll and read the dice. Play out the outcome. Building a dice pool is always edge. That's that piece at the top of the sheet, the thing you're good at. Skill or language up to 3d6. And then an advantage up to 2d6. That's how you build your dice pool. You're looking for sixes. Any doubles mean that you have a special event that happens. So in this case, I did not get any sixes. I did get a triple. So I would have something that happens on my failure is kind of like a shifted piece. It's a little bit more of a streamlined version of how Blades in the Dark handled their controlled, risky, desperate. They just do it within the dice rolls and allowing duplicates to do it. At least that's my brief understanding of the game. Really easy to make a story out of that between you and the players. Describe your action, roll your dice, read it. A roll of 2, 3, 5 would give a result of 5. A roll of 1, 2, 3 would give a result of 3 with doubles. Same thing. And then this is the outcome. Triumphant, conflict. It's a success, but with a drawback. Disaster, and then a twist. An unexpected twist in the outcome. Twist can be suggested by a player or Firefly or somebody else at the table. They give you a rundown for it. I actually like that. But not as much as I like this four-armed, gunslinging, mutated... What is this? Oh, man. Twists! What a twist. What a twist. I do enjoy the fact that they added twists into this game. I think it's a good way to let players and GMs add flavor to the story, kind of like GM and player intrusions in Cypher, which we had a whole bunch of them when we played Magnus Archives, so I think this is kind of this version, it's Game Engine's version of that. Twists aren't decided by the player that rolled the dice. Instead, they're thrown over to anyone else at the table, including the Firefly. Ooh! So twists don't come from you. Twists come from everyone else at the table. I actually like that a lot. This is very smart. I dig that. Limit of twists. It's easier to set out what a twist can't do than what it can. Some twists have explicit and mechanical benefits, such as, I'm assuming there's some like abilities that have twist rules, while defending, allowing a counterattack. Most are purely narrative experience. This allows the players to step into the Firefly role for a moment and contribute their own ideas to the wilder story. Pretty cool. Twists should never invalidate or override the result of the roll. Never. I dig this. They're telling you don't fucking do this. Don't do it. Don't want to take away player agency from what they just rolled. So a disaster with a twist is still a disaster. Just one with an unexpected narrative extra. So like in our show last night, Drew was trying to get a rack and pin system set up with pulleys so that they could lower Burke down into the reaches below to try to flip the mirror to see what it does, which is smart. But he failed it, and he rolled 2 20s in a row, and I crushed the thing he was tying everything off with this big support beam, and it fell down to the depths below, and him almost with it. So that was kind of one of those twists because he rolled a demon that I wanted to add something extra. It's kind of what this does as well, but you're going to see it more often. And honestly, the bigger your dice pool, the more likely you are to see a pair. Forces a player to accept something about their own character that they hadn't planned for themselves. So, in the example above, creating a grandfather for Ray's character in the moment would have been a step too far. But bringing in somebody who makes sense that was already part of the background might be good. Cut. Cutting a dice roll is represented by removing a number of results after the roll is made. Start with the highest. The larger the cut, the less likely you'll get a straight success or doubles. So their example is a roll of 1, 5, 5, and 6 would usually give a result of 6 with doubles. If you had to cut 2 results, you would remove the 6 and the 5, giving the result of 5. So how do you know what to cut? Is it always the highest? How does a cut work? You cut the pool in half. So if I were to roll all these, would I line up the 2s, the 3s, and the 3 4s? And would I cut down the middle? If an action you're attempting particularly unlikely to succeed, the Firefly would ask you to cut for difficulty. Sometimes it means you're attempting a harder than average action, such as climbing onto the back of a rampaging beast versus climbing a wall. Sometimes when you're approaching a task in this way that makes it less likely, you'll succeed, such as trying to pick a lock with a splinter bone rather than normal lockpicks. The Firefly will usually warn you of a cut as you describe your approach. This gives you the chance to reconsider your methods, trying to get the most out of your dice pool. Cutting for precision, when it's about combat with the creature, you can cut a result to aim at a particular part of precision. This often allows you to deny the creature access to some of its special abilities. So there's different versions of cutting. I would really have to study this a little bit. It looks like, because they're saying you're cutting the 6 and the 5, I just don't know what all you're cutting. Maybe this quick cheat sheet explains cutting better. Firefly lets you know a roll particularly difficult. I think you just have to cut 1, 2, or 3 results. I'm guessing that's how it works. So if you're cutting your highest and it's cut 2, you have to cut your 2 highest results. I'm guessing that's how it works. Not positive, but I think so. Cut 1 result to aim at a location part, declare before roll. Cutting impact, cut for extra impact, declare the intent before rolling. Okay. I would have to see this in action. I will say that this part doesn't make the most amount of sense to me on first read through. I'll have to look something up on it. Impact is a measure of your effect. So first you cut, if you have to cut. If not, impact is how well you do. There are 4 levels: low, normal, high, and massive. They talked about that for damage. Massive is like ship damage. So low is your action is weaker, having less effect in the world. So they took controlled, risky, desperate from Forged in the Dark, put it into 4 levels, because now you got ship stuff, right? You got to have the bigger one. And instead of you rolling within how difficult something is, you're rolling into how much something impacts you'll have. If you're really powerful dealing with a weaker person, you might be like, yeah, you're rolling at higher impact here. And I think there's things that shift that as well. So weaker, this is normal, this is where you're at normally. So you're rolling for impact. Okay, that's not bad. I understand that. I don't understand cut. I understand that. They don't have dice here, do they? Let's see if they have cut in this description. Let's go through this action of play. All right. Todd, well, I suggest we make ourselves scarce before whoever set that snare up arrives. Laura, agreed. I'm going to try to get this chain off of the saw prow. Do I have to roll for that? Firefly, definitely. And since you're doing it while dangling off a rope in the middle of the thrash, I'm giving you a cut of 1. Yes, I did it right. I was right. You number how many cut it is, and that's how many you lose. That's what happens when you think like the people who are doing the game design. You're immediately looking for a solution, and it's nothing better than seeing you're on the same page as the designer. So that's what I was looking for, right? Oh, don't you still have some of those rust beetles we picked up back in... oh, here we are. That's fair. Now, how am I going to do this? Oh, don't you have some of those rust beetles we picked up back in Mirren? Would those be interested in the chain? Definitely. They're voracious little things. So I'm actually going to increase your impact 1. Great, that works for me. Time to build that dice pool. I'm hanging awkwardly, but my Grace Edge helps with that. So that's a D6. I'm going to be using my break skill here, too. I don't care about keeping the chain intact, as long as it gets broken. Your beetles will give you an extra D6, so we got that, of advantage 2. But you'll risk losing them if something goes wrong. All right, sounds like a D6 for my edge, 2 D6 for my skill, a D6 from those beetles for 46 total. Not great with a cut, but it'll have to do. That's a 1, a 1, a 5, and a 6. All right. Cut the 6, and that's a conflict with a twist. So then they talk about how this breaks down. Chain falls free after a few seconds. Your beetle's making a short work with it, with their increased impact. They're a little overzealous, though, so you take 2 marks of spike damage as they search for more food. Anyone got an idea for a twist? So they start eating the ship. She could grab a link the chain before it falls, getting a new resource. Nice. I'll add rusted chain to my salvage. Clean. I like the interaction. I like that it's table around. And then they're going to start teaching you how to do time for action. Scene basics, scene samples. And then over here, we got exploration, which is the other big version. They talk about points of interest, a little bit of that Mad Libs. It's a good time to ask questions like, what can I see by the blank? Or what else do I notice? So I like that they're teaching people to ask questions versus just talking out their ass and pretending they know things. Like, ask questions. I always want my players to do that. And I feel like newer versions of 5e over the years and 3.0, just D&D in general, have kind of taken away since 3.0 asking questions on stuff because we had text boxes for so long. They just expect to be told what's there instead of asking for things. I like when players ask. I really enjoy that. I don't know about the rest of you. If you don't like players asking questions and you have a different style of running, comment down below. If you're in a live chat, put it up. But I think that that is a very important piece of the game, is them asking questions, thinking off their page before they think on too much. Talk about vision. The average crew of Windsailers will likely have at least one individual that sees the world differently from their fellows. And if that sounds like something that might give you an advantage on an extra bit of information during play, feel free to lean into it. An Ectus sailor's iris bloom might see the body heat of a camouflaged sea beast, while their ardent companions see nothing. That's cool. I like the little lean in. They talk about theater of the mind. They talk about negotiating terrain. If it's dangerous, difficult, you know, the vault, delve, and wave walk skills will likely be used, so you're dealing with that kind of stuff. I dig that. A little bit about that's in the movement section. We got more awesome art here yet again. And they talk about exploration of play. So they break down all this. I'm definitely reading this book front to back. Collecting resources. So this is scavenging resource. A triumph. You gain solid example of what a resource you want. So on and so on. Another one of these weird, like, that almost looks like a phoenix hound? Or griffin? Maybe that's a griffin. A dog griffin? Right? That's like a dog griffin thing? That's cool looking. Location. Nothing like talking about the wrecks and the important locations of the game. They're really teaching you how to run this, building settlements. I hope this book has random tables to help you build this stuff. I don't know what they do, but I hope they do. Exploring with companions. So there is new companions in the game. I think there's like your animal stuff. Mechanically, companion animals are as much a part of your character as the traits and gear. If you need to roll, you make the dice pool the same way you would for yourself, drawing on the same edges and skill you have access to. So that's kind of cool. They got animal companions for all those animal companion fans out there. Communicating while exploring. How much a companion can understand or communicate to its owner is something best left to the individual tables to decide. Okay. There's some tables in this game. Talk about all of your interactions, how to interact. Scenes are where you're most likely to encounter NPCs. Here's the language. This is what I was wondering. Take a drink here. I can feel my throat just fucking scratchy as shit today. Being able to communicate with someone in their native flavored language can be a real boon as far as conversations go. Even if you only know a smattering of it, it shows respect, dedication, and willingness to learn. Language can also stand in for other social skills you might be lacking in a pinch, so the Firefly will likely impose a cut or reduce impact. That's kind of cool. It makes sense. Like, if you work in a kitchen environment and you speak whatever the language is of the kitchen, you're going to get a lot more. Man. Fuck you, throat strain. factions and favors, trading, knowledge, implicit information. What else do we have? Interacting and play. And now, oh, this is one of those living wrecks. They're like golem people. Like, look at this shit. What is this? This is what Drew needed to survive yesterday. He needed a pre-built pulley golem. The moth people are so cool. These are awesome looking. These like bearded moth looking creatures. Come on now. I feel like I gotta send this to Allie. I feel like Allie deserves to see the beauty that is this. I'm gonna put it in our show. Hold on here. Hold on here. Allie, look at this. Put it in general. Super cool looking. I can't wait to get into this stuff. So here's our combat. So this is what earlier Nick was talking about. He wasn't so keen on the combat. I'm curious to see how it works. I like quick combat. I'm kind of done with super tactical grid-based combat. It did have a bionicle feel. Oh my God, serving hands. That is so true. This does have kind of a bionicle feel. On stream right now for Wildsea. That's hella cool. Golden rules for combat. All right, so these are important. These were the things that they were talking about currently. When teeth are bared and notice blades drawn, there are a couple of things you should keep in mind. You don't need a weapon to enter a fray. You can fight with resources, fists, shit like that. You don't need combat skills to help out your crew. Ingenuity. Todd's really good at this. He was flexing as a person who was currently blind in our campaign yesterday. So, that's pretty cool. Focus is fluid and still determined by the narrative. Focus gives you the opportunity to do more than just attack. You'll never die before you're ready. Damage may mount up, injuries may compound, but death on the Wildsea is a narrative event, not a mechanical one. If it's not your time yet, you always pull through. But I'm assuming there's some bad shit that happens to you. And I've seen a lot of games recently design for that idea of player agency for death. Like even Daggerheart has the 3 ways to die, where it's like, I'm gonna see if I can remember them. It's death saves, it's death saves, risk it to get up. No, sorry, take it back. Stable, risk it to get up with possible death, or go out in a blaze of glory. That's what it was. And I feel like this is kind of doing the same thing for people. They get the chance to decide when their moment is going to be versus just dying because the mechanics say so. So now, if you jump with an anchor down into the depths below the thrash, trying to pull a wreckage up, you get hooked between and crushed. Maybe you lose an arm, but it doesn't necessarily mean you bleed out and die down there. I like that. I think it's a good idea. And then the last one is a foe undefeated is not a combat fail. You should have conversation afterwards or something. Is combat essential part of the game? I mean, kind of. The Wildsea is bright, beautiful, dark, dangerous place. Most crews head out into the rustling waves to find themselves in dangerous situations, and before too long, either the hands of bandits or the jaws of a relentless predator. But most does not mean all. I mean, look, there's going to be combat in the game. Like, look at this moth boy. He's carrying a fucking gigantic blade. Focus on combat. There's no initiative or standard turn oil to follow once blades are drawn. The spotlight moves from one character to another, just as it does during any other part of the game, giving a member of the crew the chance to take some kind of action before swinging into something else. There are a couple of extra things to keep in mind. Actions and reactions. Combat is usually a lot choppier than the scene based on exploration interaction, with more shifts in focus for dramatic happenings of death, defying escapes, things like that. Reacting. So, I mean, you're going back and forth. How long is an action? As long as it needs to be to achieve something important. An action might be short, as simple as plunging your axe into the petals of some horrendous predatory plant, or as long as complex as leaping off the prow of a memorable battle cry, and inside that same plant's gaping mouth, attacking it from the inside is a digestive juice spray. So it's not the length of the action that matters in combat, it's whether you've got to do something you enjoyed. Okay, that's cool. I dig that. Time doesn't matter. Fuck it. Fuck it. We're doing it live. Animation for my screen. Yeah, this thing. Yeah, it's super adorable. I got the little other thing up here. The bats going up there. Hopefully, if I get my shelves up, I can put all the other little art pieces up that I have for Halloween, for the spooky season. I'm thinking this year for Christmas, I'm decorating everything with Krampus. I think that's my entire decoration is going to be Krampus and horror movies that are Christmas based. I that is what I will be doing. It makes me happy. So right here, focus tracker, they have some examples of them because of the increase in number of actions. The Firefly might use focus tracker, a quick set of tracks to show how many times different characters have acted. So it's like everybody's going to have one act, react, act, that kind of thing. Once over the course of combat, in the above example, Conn has the majority of the focus with 3 actions and a reaction. The other person has had a focus 4 times, but hasn't had acted much. They're probably due for some time in the spotlight soon. That's a cool way of marking that. I've never actually, to all my GMs out here, I've never thought about doing it this way. I just move the spotlight. But maybe in a initiative standard system, what type of action they're doing is more important than the time that the light's on them. That is a very cinematic way of looking at it. I actually really dig this. This is hella smart. That's a really smart way to look at it. Combat terms, range, damage. There is range in it. It's close quarters or long range. It's either CQ or LR. Damage, effects, positioning, loss, and injuries. What happens? Here you got your different versions of damage types from blunt, sharp, or blunt, keen, spike, hewing, serrated, toxin, that kind of stuff. These are the different versions because there are resistances and weaknesses to some of this stuff. This is definitely when they were talking about Pathfinder. They were probably really looking at the stuff in Pathfinder for these. Stacking and canceling out, immunities. And then here's your combat play, which combat results when you attack. So 6 is a triumph. And if the guy's really tough, you may have to make a cut, which means you'll lose 1, cut 1. Defending. What I want to know is if it's like Blades in the Dark. So Blades in the Dark, the GM never rolls. The player rolls, and you use their failures as your reaction. It doesn't look like that's how this game works. It looks like this one is maybe back and forth. I'm not quite sure. Huh. Oh yeah, right here. Your opponents don't roll their attacks. Instead, the Firefly declares what they're doing or attempting to do, and you roll your defense. So I just declare and you defend. So attack and defend, all of it's on your side of the table. As a player, sample of combat. I probably will read over this tonight. I want to get into the character building stuff. This book is big. Threat of death. Win. Is it my time? Are there plot threads or arcs that the dead would leave unsatisfied if they didn't finish it? Is this a good end for my character? I like this. I also really like this art. Super cool. Yet again. Love the action poses, man. And then beyond death. Death may have been final, but this is Wildsea. There's always weirdness to take advantage of. A dead character may come back as an anchored, a ghost of their former self. An ironclad driven by their spirit, but in a new scrap and wrecked body. Oh yeah, baby. That's what I'm talking about. Look at this. Look at this fucking chainsaw. For the ship. Look at that. So they're going to talk about montages. Peace and preparation. I don't understand why peace is part of it. Why peace? Why would you use peace? Form of the most useful tropes in the big screen. Reaching a new port. Oh, so moments of peace and preparation. I see. montage examples. Really? Yes. It looks like I haven't lost frames, but it looks like the internet took a dip here at about 5 o'clock when everyone came home. That's what it was. My KPS dipped pretty heavily here. It'll jump back up as people stabilize and get the fuck off of online. That's what it is right now. My KPS is at like 2484, and it just jumped down to 814. So, yeah. Yeah. I'm keeping an eye on it. It should jump back up here. We'll give it a minute. I'm not recording right now, so there we go. It's jumped back up. We're back into the high numbers again. So, montage examples. Thank you for letting me know. Awesome. I didn't realize it because I had it covered, but I don't now. I have it so I can see it. Let's see here. So different montage examples. Exploration. Look at these. Look at this dude. Look at this thing. What is that? It's like a fungus. I'm going to move my chair because I'm uncomfortable here. It's like a fungus something. Like, what the fuck is that? Talk about exploration, how to do it. What do we got here? Acquisition. So this is like getting stuff, scavenging, hunting, harvesting, all that jazz. Resource roles. All these tables are on that cheat sheet too, which is dope. How to heal yourself in the game. Healing, repairing, relaxing, and what they do. So healing is like an appropriate specimen. Repairing is an appropriate piece of salvage. Pretty important stuff. Right? At least I feel like it is. Feels like it is. It's kind of cool. Repairing, obviously, for your gear, relaxing, and then they have a requirement. Oh, so this reminds me of Mutant Year Zero, the Year Zero engine from Freely, right? So you got an appropriate specimen for healing. Then for repairing, you have the appropriate piece of salvage. And then for relaxing, you have to have an appropriate whisper. Pretty cool concept for that. I haven't watched it yet. Serving hands. Shush. Shush. I'm watching it tonight. Creation. So in a world of salvage and specimens comes fast and loose, learning how to throw them together. So quick kind of lashing things together and making items. Really cool. Todd would love this. Temporary aspects. Where you can make things. Creation outcomes and what you can build with them. Creation role. It talks about making a 2-aspect tracker. Kind of like clocks. Specific creation task. Cooking. Contacting. And then crafting. So these are like the different modes or things, actions of play. Projects. So this is like starting a long project. We've seen this in Blades in the Dark. When you're making a project, starting a clock, for them, it'll be the line that you're probably building. Working on projects, how long it takes, roles, resources, if you have aid, what it builds. This is those chemical cooker bugs. Look, that's the bug. It opens up and you can set your pots on it and hang off of it. God, this game is so fucking... Such a great setup. Such a cool, like, flavor to the game instead of being boring. It's just, it's got that extra oomph that's missing from most campaign settings. Amazing. And the mechanics go with it. You can do longer montages, time extended montages. Here's one of the living beast ship party boats. The fuck is this? A party boat? Traversing the waves is that whole talk about how do I do this? What do I do? Oh, by the way, everybody, I want to remind you, even though we're not using Streamloot cards right now, I do recommend having your Streamloots open because you're able to get Screamies, and those Screamy points will get you access to new candies. You can get candies. That's what I was trying to find the fucking words for. Hold on here. So, let me pull up Streamloots. No, I don't want that. I want me. Streamloots.com. Delete that. I don't want any of this. I just want to go to Streamloots. No collections. Just go to Streamloots. Fuck me, dude. I can't go to it. This is dumb. I accidentally started filling one out for something that I didn't mean to do. And it keeps trying to send me to collections. Like to make collections. I'm just gonna say both. Yeah, sure, I accept. I just want to keep browsing. Okay, so let me log out. Let me log in. There we go. Dashboard. All right. So let me show you the public page here really quick. I wanted to talk about this, and I forgot to do it yesterday. So if you're looking at the public page, once in a while, they'll fly across. Screamy will. And you'll see him to click. So you want to click on him when he does fly across. And then you'll see across the bottom the days that you're on and what you can get. And you get them from doing subs, buying card packs. There is card packs remaining, 2 from Serving Hands. For ETHUANTIA, we do have 1 more episode. It is active right now, just so you know. So if you want to pick those up and you haven't yet. And then subscribing or gifting subs, all that kind of stuff also does that as well. Just so you know how this works. And then if I back up one, it tells you my candies. I think you can also see your candies. And then it has the things that they're giving away. So VTuber pack giveaway, Streamloot's Halloween. There's 11 days left. VTuber model, custom icon, custom banner, ways to enter, do all these login bullshit things. But you also, as players in the game, like viewers, you also get a hold of those things as well. Just so you know that that is that this is a part of it as well. This whole thing here with the days, and then for you on the public page, packs, and if you pick anything up, you also will see Screamy fly across the screen. You can click it. Just so you know how that works as well. I forgot to talk about that yesterday, so I wanted to do it now. It's 11 days. Anyway. Oh, you couldn't see any of that. I'm a fucking dumbass. Couldn't see any of it. Me. Just one more time. One more time. Let's go back to Streamloots. Back to what I was saying. So you can see mine. Like I've collected this many candies from the streamer side, what it is, what we're getting gifted. If you go to the public page, you'll have this at the bottom. Two that you can gift. Don't forget to pick these up. There's 2 more left. And then there's, if you subscribe or buy packs of any kind, those give you candies. And each day is unlocking different things. I don't know if they have somewhere you can see what you can win as well, but it's like a webcam. I think there's a gaming unit. There's boxers, all that kind of shit. Anyway, now I've said that 4 fucking times because I thought it was on screen. Let's go back to this. Let's go back to looking through this. How to traverse the sequence of play. Here's another one of those buzzsaw fucking before you depart. No hall, no deck. What is this? No hall, no deck. What? No leading edge option. Hop aboard, buying passes and ships, shit like that. But this is one of those chainsaw ships. So this is like a bandsaw ship. Super cool. There's even fucking motorcycles in this, which is awesome. They talk about your ratings, how ratings work, how ships work, how cargo works, all that kind of stuff. Departure. Got such a good description, though. Shut up. I was like waving the mouse across like a jackass. And I looked at the vertical for clipping. I was like, oh man, it's not showing the fucking page. Departures, preparations, destinations, undercrew. They have you a sample of play again. Journey tracks is what we talked about in the very beginning. These are important to the game. You got your captain, cartographer, super cool art. Talk about progress when you are taking your journey. How at the helm, cut a path, forge ahead, drop anchor, things that you can do narratively or mechanically. They give you a sample play, which I think is important because ship stuff's not easy. What if there's ship combat? I didn't even think about that. Look at these. Look at this fucker. Discoveries. What is this thing? Wow. It's got to be one of the arachnid races, or maybe the constructed. I don't know. Anyway, while you make progress, tend to the engine. You can overload the engine. You can muffle the engine. These are like the three things you can do. Cartographizing, which is, watching for weather, doing your charts. They have weather results. Someone rolls this shit. If there's random encounters, because it's about the crew. This is one of the walking ships that go across. Like, it doesn't have to be a chainsaw. There's different versions of ships. But, I want a chainsaw one. Let's just be real. Let's talk about ship security. So if you scroll over here, you can see ship security. Buying your ship stolen every time you leave. Having your ship stolen every time you leave is unattended and engaged in a portside scene. And exploration would be terrible. Terribly dull. So they talk about don't steal ships. Doesn't work that way. Some more amazing art of creature or character elements and shit inside. Fucking cool. Now we get into characters here. Is this, we finally building a character? Let's see here. I was texting for dinner. Character background. Mitch dude shots off his head. Jesus Christ. So character backgrounds, all characters in WoW-C are a combination of main elements. Bloodline, origin, and post. Those are the most important things. So bloodline is like your ancestry. Origin is like your background. Post is what the fuck you do on the ship. Describes the kind of niche your character fills. Rest of this chapter, bloodlines, origins, and post. Offer. Okay, so here we go. Here we go. This is character creation. This is the beginning of it, I believe. But I want to make a character now. If you're the kind of player who wants to dive right in and learn by trial and error at the table, that's entirely fine. At the start of the next chapter, you'll find the information on how to make your character using the quick start or freeform rules. Narrative background. Just because your character's background is set in a mechanical choice doesn't mean that they can't have some fix-ups. Yeah, of course. Of course you're going to have some fiction-y kind of things as well. So what do we got here? Oh, getting choppy again. KPS is down. Edges. Super cool. Very important. These are the things that you are good at. This is the thing that gives you a skill die that is at the top of the wild sheet here. This piece here. Where you would click one of these and that's what you get. Maybe you get more. But it says that edges represent the way your character is most used in solving problems and tracking challenges. Approaches to this are usually effective. When you attempt something using an edge or in your element, when rolling, you can add a d6 to your pool. Add a lot of flavor. Action roll. Does it say how many you start with? I wish it says how many you started with. I guess this isn't character creation. It's just showing you your edges. So grace, iron, instinct, sharps, teeth, tides, veils. Veils is like edge of shadows, ciphers. Creepy shit. Flexible. Don't fall into the trap of thinking that certain edges are required for certain things. It's not how they work. You can easily swing iron, grace, and teeth to add to a roll made to attack, and so on. Okay, cool. Edges in play. I love this art. This like spidery, masked, whatever the fuck she is. Formative and reliable. Edges in play. Now we got our skills, the different things that they are used for. Be flexible with them, right? And there's a decent amount of skills because you got to remember you got skills and languages, right? These are all the different versions. And then skill ranks. Each of your character's skills has a rank starting at 1 and topping out at 3. When used as part of an action, skills add a number of dice. Again, every pip is a die. Crossover, there are multiple skills on this list that share a thematic space, rubbing shoulders with others in terms of what they might do. This is by design. GMs need to fucking remember this. It allows your skill to be more easily flavored by edges you choose, giving an additional level of flexibility and letting you apply them. So you lean into what you're good at. Also, this man's armor. He's been hunting. He's in monster. That's a monster hunter armor. Look at that. Monster hunter. Helping hands, well put together crew, a variety of skills to call on that sometimes one character wants to do, maybe better rolled by another in the group. In these cases, 2 crew members can work together at the same task, but they are both affected by any negatives of the result in conflict or disaster. So do you add your pools together? How does this work? This is important. 3 ranks and agrees to help out. They share the action. She uses her edge and advantage with Ferris offers a 3d6. So you're trying to make a 6d6 pool by using each other's abilities. That's awesome. That reminds me of Mythic Bastion lands and how you combine your pools. That's a very similar concept. Skill recommendations, skills in combat, skills in weirdness, that kind of thing. Do I have the right skill? Then they got languages, smattering, knowledge, fluency, dialects, using your languages, making friends, impressing others. They have all these different versions. What is this tentacle person holding their soup? Come on, man. These creatures are great. These aspects are fucking awesome. Aspects are the things that make your character distinct, giving them new abilities and unique ways to tackle things. Ooh, reading an aspect. Each of the bloodlines, origins, and posts you'll find in the next chapter has a set of aspects for you to choose from. But before you get there, you'll need to know what they do. So they break down all the different examples of aspects here. So there are different things you can do. There's also a little bit of like a Dark Sun vibe to this. Aspects damage, abstract. I love this. I think this looks great. This one. Check out this wheelchair dude. Missing his leg, has a beam out, has a crossbow on it with a far viewer. So he can just pull another one, slap it in, crank it, fire it. And his leg is the piece that he aims off of. This guy just sits on the bow of the ship as the cartographer and just starts shooting people. You can develop aspects. I'm assuming that's how you earn new ones, which I really enjoy. Removing one box, gaining new ones, creating unique aspects, all these like these cool weapons on this page. So combining aspects, creative license, give a new aspect a name, give the new aspect a type, trait, gear, a companion, and you can make new ones like Squirrel Tooth Jogsery. It's a 6-track gear. Serrated saber hewn from a jaw of a proto-leviathan squirrel. Proto-leviathan squirrel. Deals CQ, hewing, and serrated damage, and can be marked to levitate and control exposed bone. So it's a 6-track gear, and I think you like unlock it doing that. That's cool. Like building it. 3-track trait. So what do these tracks do? What do the track traits do? I must have missed that for these. When your character takes damage, you have a choice of taking an injury or marking it off the appropriate track. Oh, so your weapons and gear can take damage. The longer aspects tracks are, the more punishment you can take before suffering serious injury. So you can be like parrying with your sword blade. That's really fucking cool. Okay. I like that. That's like the pieces of gear in Blades in the Dark that you mark as you take damage. Stump precision. Yeah. Stump precision. Yeah, that's it. I like that. Oh, gotta have a shark with is it carrying a globe? What the fuck? Let's not fight that. Let's not deal with the shark thing. No, that It's like, it looks like Metroid bred with a metal scaled shark. Not good for anyone. It's bad for everybody. Salvage, scratches, the things in your pockets. We talked about whispers, all that earlier. Charts, all that earlier. Mires. What's a mire? The Wildsea takes its toll on those that sail it, bringing out more of their insecurities, phobias, and savage tendencies, like being stuck in space so much as well. The longer they stay astray from port, there are mires that might drag you down. Every character has a set of 3 mires chosen during character creation, and each of these mires has a special 2-box track. Here's an example. You trigger, your finger itches uncontrollably. Metal around you sparks and crackles. The sky is too distant, it calls to you. So you start getting problems when you're out on the wild sea too long. Cool. I guess you get to play into those. You step foot. Yeah, okay, that's cool. I like it. How do you clear a mire? The easiest way to remove a mire is by playing to your drives. See the page on the right for details. It's not the only way. You will also be able to clear a mire by encountering an unexpected wonder while traveling, wrestling with waves. We'll clear 1 or 2 marks depending on whether you merely see the wonder or have a chance to interact with it. It's like Leviathan swimming and new pools of people, you know, out there in the world, things like that. Setting time aside for port is really exploration based. I like it. They got your drives. You can use these to mark off things in your mire. Milestones, different versions to determine how quickly you're going to level and what you're doing. Right here, they have the what milestone projects do. These are kind of like project clocks and blades. You know what I mean? So, for example, add a box to the aspect track 3-track project. Develop an aspect 3. 6 is like combine 2 aspects, gain a new one, and so on. They are like manta ray looking people too. He's like, no, he's a jellyfish. Look, he's like semi-transparent. Oh, that is awesome. Personal tracks, benefits, injuries, what happens with those. Spicy meal, warning, presence in your belly. Isotrine spike wine. Tears at the throat, but seriously insulates the stomach. Tears at the throat, seriously insulates. That's cool. And now we're in character creation. I love these weird art pieces. So character creation. So I think this is kind of like the last piece I really want to go over in this book. We'll flip through the rest, but I mean, this is the most important. And I'm going to zoom out because we're going to kind of flip through this quickly. Okay. So you got your quick start and free form. Quick start obviously is going to have characters created by choosing 1 bloodline, 1 origin, 1 post. You can personalization and never be afraid to make 1-to-1 switches as you put together your characters. So if you want something specific, they really want you to build the thing you want. Freeform characters. This is different. Freeform characters gives you a maximum freedom. You pick or create every facet of your character, allowing you to make something unique. Hopefully, exactly what you want to play. It'll take more time than a quick start character, but it also offers more flexibility. This also has a benefit of massively from creating your character with the other players in the group, which can be a great session 0 activity. If I run this on stream, I think we're going to do something like this, and we're going to do a walkthrough live and make our characters. I think that'd be really fun to do. You get a unique background. Freeform characters should still have a bloodline, an origin, a post. They don't have to be pulled from the options presented in this chapter, but you can. So, a young gun begins with 3 edges. What is this? 3 edges, 8 skills, I think it says. Zoom in so everybody can see it. 3 edges, 8 skills, 4 aspects, 4 resources, 3 drives, 3 mires. That's how you do it. And if you're playing a more advanced game, you get more. Right? Old dog begins with more. Then bloodlines on offer. These are the different bloodlines. Are these hyperlinked? No, why is this not hyperlinked? I'm sad. The table of contents is all hyperlinked. I don't think these are. No hyperlink. Disappointing. It should be hyperlinked pages. It makes it so much easier to navigate. You can just come back to this page and flip back and forth. Now I got to manually type it. Super hard to do on a phone, not easy to do on a tablet. I don't like it when you have a 368-page book. Please go back. Half-star deduction. Please go back and add hyperlinks to things like this, specifically these kind of pages. I think it's important. Origins is an offer. So now we got our different posts. These are the things you do on the ship. Look at these classes. Alchemist, Cur, Corsair, Crash, Dredger, Hacker, Horizoneer, Hunter, Mesmer, Navigator, Rattlehand, Screw, Slinger, Steep, Surgeon, Tempest, Wordbearer, and that's not including all the ones that are in this book. Because this one, if I just go through the table of contents without flipping open the PDF, for your posts in here, you also get Augur, Cannoneer, Diver, Fight Sailor. That sounds fucking cool. Marketeer, Pilot, Rattlewing, Raveler, Smuggler, Swarmjack, Thorn, and Zealot. Those are the other ones. That's a lot. That's a lot of equivalent to classes. I like that. And then if we scroll back up here, I know I skipped through it, but the bloodlines or the races: Ardent, Ectus, Gal, Ironbound. I think that's Ketra, Mothrin, and what would you guys think? T is silent for the spider race, the secret spider race. Zelkara? Maybe they have pronunciations on the pages. And then you have Origins, which is Amberclad, Anchored, Ridgeback, Rootless, Shankling, and Spitborn, which are probably different areas and where you're raised and how it's done. So your Ardent looks like it's your weathered remains of a human. Great fucking art. Carved by waves, ancestral echoes, and what do you get? Questions of the Corsair. How far back can you trace your ancestry? Alternate presentations. Okay, I love this. What else do we have here? Let me zoom back. This is the quick start. So if you want to play one of these, you can just grab that, grab your thing, and then your aspect. Your aspect help you make character unique, giving them ways to break the normal rules of Wildsea. They also act as fictional permissions to extend. So you can see here they got like quick start. You're making a quick start character. Choose Ardent as your bloodline. You gain the following. Boom, 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 boom. You're done. Like you literally just use this for your quick start and you get it. You have your bloodline done. Or you can go through and pick them and you pick X amount of aspects from there. Ectus, these are your cactus people. Super awesome. Ancient culture preserved. Silent T, I think so too. Question to consider, because TZ. And then you got your quick start again here, and then your aspects you can pick. Like towering is cool. You stand ahead and shoulders above most others. 1,000 needles. Pretty cool. You get deal spike damage to any creature that attacks you. Remember, these tracks are how many pieces of damage or problems they can take. You can heal them back up. Heliovore. Heal a mark of damage on any of your traits after spending a day in strong sunlight. These are really fun pieces to make your character stand out. The Gao. What is the Gao? Are they mushroom people? What are they? Mortal fungal flesh. Yeah, they're fungals. Okay, cool. I love the look of these, man. The weird fucking multiple eye pulls on them and shit. I love this. That is my jam. And there's something about it too, because it doesn't, the races in this don't feel like furries, if you know what I mean. It feels like you're getting an actual aspect of a new type of creature to play, but it doesn't feel like furries. Maybe because I'm at fur. I don't know. Maybe that's why they did it that way. I do enjoy them. And there's more of them in the second book. Luminous patches, unflaring flare, camouflage mantle, a spare slinger. A slinger-like contraption for lobbing spore bombs, dealing long-range toxin on blast damage. That's cool. That's awesome. I love this. Then you got your Ironbound. These look like, of Gears and Ghosts, two main types of Ironbound. So they're like pieces from a hull or ship put back together. That's awesome. That's great art. There are aspects, again, some of the cool ones on here. I love the fruiting limb. Use a task to create resources. I think this is really fun. The spotlight lantern, I love. You can light things up as you're doing stuff. And then what was the other one? The ship side symbiote. When your ship would take damage to any of its ratings, you may mark a box equal to that damage on this companion instead. So you can like take damage for the ship to leave it running. Love that. Ketra? These like fucking tentacle people? The fuck is this? What are these? These look great. Ketra settlements have historically been more like prisons enclosed in areas beneath the tree line. They managed to eke out an existence in a Khazarian. That's that poison shit. Worked in mutative. Wow. It's like mutant people? Okay. Okay. Love it. I think that's great. Different aspects. The gelatinous form is cool. They're almost like jellyfish, maybe? Well, it looks like they're different versions. Oh, okay. A drone attendant? The moth people. Here you go, Allie. Here's your moth people, Allie. Check that out. The lost art of flight. The wings are delicate and beautiful. Sadly, mostly for show. Though their distant ancestors were small and light enough to allow wings to allow flight, modern Mothrin are generally capable of little more than a controlled glide, which is what we see in all games because DMs don't know how to handle flight and they're worried about it and so on and so on. Pretty cool, though. Pretty cool. They got like dust and paper. Your form is slim, light, and deceptively difficult to land a solid hit on. Cool. I like them. I like them. Secretly pissing off all the pony fans in chat. Yeah, one of them. There's one pony fan in chat. I love that. I think they look cool. This is the spider people. I wish they had pronunciations, though. Zelicrae, I think, is what they're called. Zelicrae? Look at that fucking weird bulbous head and multiple fucked up arms. I would still play this. And the youngest form, the Zelicrae, are coherent swarm, arachnid masses with little in the way of defined shape. As their minds develop with age, they naturally incorporate parts of surrounding into the swarm, mostly of rags, canvas, and pieces of salvage. These combined with spider silk serve as the foundation for the adult Zelicrae's body, a shell to protect the swarm within. Oh my god, they're a fucking spider swarm inside of a manufactured fabric body. This is a must play. That's what I would play. I'm building this. When we build characters, I'm building this. I'm fucking doing that. The lottery of skin? Choose either Ardent, Ectus, or Gao. You can pass as a member of this species under casual inspection. So you just fill the body of an old dead fucking aspect. Oh god, that's amazing. And then you got the amberclad. Why is this all weird? Well, they filled it in on purpose. Why? Does it do something? Does it spell something? Weird. Huh. They're cool looking. Most amberclad are... what do they do? After the centuries of a dream, the world you waken is not the one you left. Oh, they were like literally stuck in amber in the trees like the mosquito from Jurassic Park. Okay. I'm not gonna lie. I kind of dig this as well. Amberclad are found by accident within the bark of split iron roots or laying atop the waves after a root quake. Breaking them out of their organic prisons is a tough process, and keeping them alive while doing so is tougher. Fatal accidents make an already rare phenomenon of survival even rarer. These are cool. They're good-natured. Crews take these confused individuals under their wing, teaching them the ways and dangers of the world. That's fucking awesome. Okay, I love the color coding too for the, like, each one of the aspects is getting a color. It's a trench coat Trojan spider, yeah. Do they have anything cool? Endless golden age. You didn't age, you're like fragmented limb, cracked and floating, just free of your body. When you take this gear, decide whether it's a CQ blunt, keen, or spike damage. That's cool. You can change its shape by using a task. And then you got the anchored. Look at these fucking weird, like, they plant people? What? Your body was claimed by the under eaves, but your soul refused to follow. They're fucking abandoned. Even under the weird waves of the wild sea, death isn't usually the end of your direct interaction with the material world. Most ancestral spirits and honor-bound ghosts require a boost from the spiritually sensitive in some way or form to affect reality. Not so as the anchored, a tangible physical presence of waves, despite being, by almost all definition, very much dead. These souls are given substance by their anchor. A memento, a favored weapon. Now look, dude, they're abandoned. Okay. I mean, I can't argue. I would do the same thing. It's fucking dope. By a thread, a spectral variance, mortal needs. I love this. All right. Another great aspect. The Ridgeback. What the fuck? Gods for the godless. Woo. Raised on a mesa or mountaintop island, solid ground, but they're dwarves. From safe. In the earliest days of verdancy, many mountain-dwelling folk considered themselves divinely spared from the forest that ate the world. Unfortunately, their sanctuaries quickly turned into graveyards. The harsher the weather and the lack, the lack of food meant that many died from the exposure to disease. Are they wearing helms? Huh. Cool. They look cool. They're shamanic. Crushing blows, fragments like gods. Whenever you gain a stone-based resource, give it the sacred tag. There's just so much flavor and style. The rootless. Oh, you're like a cyborg. Look at the fucking arm. You're part of fleet families. Okay, sold. Another fucking amazing piece. The Shankling? What are you, bird people? Talashanks are trees titanic even by the standards of the wild sea. The trunks spearing up through the waves. Their crowns rarely less than a half a mile wide. Shankling saw potential in the lofty reaches of the crown, separated from the predators. So these are like the rich, highborn, high-fashion, bird-like people. I love it. They even have like sentinel sky wings. That's glider cloaks. Okay. And the Spitborn, I'm assuming the ones that just survived. Barely made it. Yeah. Spitborn are dragged to the surface by the ever-growing burrows of the sea. Spitborn are raised in temporary port colonies. They're your sailors, like your true sailors. Cool. Shrewd Musketeer. Or Marketeer, sorry. Calico Slink. Semi-spectral cat. That's what this thing is. All right. The Alchemist. So now we're in a post. Was that a post? So that's Origins. Now we're in a post. So let's zoom out. We're just going to click through these quickly. We got Alchemist with their aspects. Alchemist is cool. Deeper understanding problems. I love the art yet again. Old ways. Pestlebound. Living liquid. You got the Char. What does a Char do? char. Whenever you smell something delectable, there's a good chance the char is behind it. They're cooks. Chars are cooks. There's cooks in this game. They made a cook. Yes. Adam, you can bring him back. I'm just saying. Bring a cook on board. Different aspects. Deep in the barrel, they're good at making cooking with rotten food. Husk leather apron, your resistance to 3 damage types. Awesome. Corsair, love the bird thing with them. Tools of trade, fighters tasked with protecting their ships from the myriad of dangers at sea. They get things like steel dance, Corsair saber, boarding axe, love it. The crash, sometimes things just need to be broken. Okay. Is that one of the spider people? Their aspects, 0 days, once per scene, ignore any damage yourself that comes as a result of your own destructive actions. You're like, yeah, I blew this place up, but I'm fucking fine. I love it. A dredger. Dredgers are brave explorers with an eye for value. Difficult and painful one to learn, but the benefits are well worth it. Dredgers take on the living by diving into the waves. Okay. Aspects. Very cool. Seared skin. Devil may cure. Is it devil may cure or devil may core? Awesome. The hacker. It looks like you blaze trails. The marksman and scars your profession as a writ large on your skin. Hacker's job is to clear the way for settlement, ships, and exploration. So you go out and you cut down things that are in the way, make paths. Almost like a trailblazer. Yeah, trailblazer is one of them. They're like a ranger trailblazer. That's cool. Or a soldier. Horizoneer. Fountain of facts about the sea and the cultures, its dangers and hidden places. So scholarly. Pretty cool. Silver tongue, you're good at talking. Wealth of knowledge. Sturdy instrument. Then you got hunter. This is more like a ranger, it looks like. Some hunt for food, others for challenge, yet they treasure themselves and they are not the hunted. You got one of those like weird machine looking ones. Someone's got like bear trap feet. That is fucking hella cool. Aspects. Mesmer. This guy's just getting high on a fucking hookah. An explorer of the mind, dabbling in the mysteries and memories and the power of thought. The waves are an illusion. A rustling dream. What? There are mutterings around the junction house where the mesmers are mentioned of stolen mine and sleeper agents, of people puppeteered. What could drive someone to the practice of such arts? Dude, the fucking psychedelical drug mind benders. Meditative healing. Smoke glass hookah. Releases a steady stream of wispy smoke, marked to control smoke or vapors. Okay. Navigator. I love that art. I love the boots, the flare boots. Kind of got like a Final Fantasy style to it. A bridge between the waves and the ship itself. I love it. Aspects. Fireflies glow. You know about the secret paths of fireflies. Cool. What's a rattle hand? I'm assuming you fix ships. Dope looking gear. Looks like she's got a spanner from fucking Star Wars. Does that look like a spanner to you? Look like a spanner to me. Secondhand world. So what are they? Everything breaks eventually, but most of it can be repaired. The Dave Frankhouse of the world. My father loves to take things apart and fix them. Mastercraft, made to last. Is that Volt Rail? An insulated grip around a crackling, rudimentary cattle prod? You get a fucking taser? The Screw? What is this guy in? Mobile fucking armor? What the fuck is that? They believe machines have souls. Well, kind of like the Morung in my world. These concepts are things I think a lot of designers use. So we're just thinking in parallels, just different apocalypses. You know what I mean? They replaced them with trees. I replaced mine with the tides. I see them. You think very similar. Very similar. Screws are masters of ancient oh, so they're disciplined manipulators of unseen forces. Are they like wizards? The screw sees metal in entirely different ways. Screws are masters of ancient pre-verdant technique, a branch of what is it, arcanautics, rarely seen in the wild world. Ferrokinesis, uncanny control of metals and magnetism. Okay. Okay. Heart of ore, iron sight. Sweet. Kinetic anchor. Slingers. Obviously gunslingers, boys and girls. We got shooters here. Distant fighters announce themselves with a cacophony of gunfire. I love the art for that. Gunslingers pose, poise, barrage. Barrage, you can deal damage to multiple distant opponents. Successful range attack, you're just fucking hammering, fan hammering and shooting. Steep. Oh, look at the cactus person. What is this? Beverages who connect you to the deeper mysteries of the wild sea. You're like a tea and drink specialist? Aw, I love the lantern post. That's super cool art, man. Super cool art. Way brighter than my grimdark style, but I really do like that. This is cool. Surgeon, obviously medical, repairing people, make sure you make it out. We get biological stuff for choosing a bloodline when healing a number of that bloodline. Treat the conflicts as triumphs. Vigilance, that's cool. The Tempest, you guys got like an electro part stuck in him. Your blood crackles with sparks. Your heart beats with thunder. A fragment of storm. So you get like storm attacks? Okay. I dig it. I get sparking eel. Winds around limbs and around clothes, always moving. Mark, identify the nearest source of potential electricity, no matter the distance. Word bearer, looks like you're a talker, maybe a deliverer. Routes may be longer and a lot more dangerous than the pre-verdant times, but the post still needs. Oh, you're a postman. Cool. I like that. Would be fun to play. I like that idea. I played one of these in 7 Seas. I played a male person. It was a lot of fun. And then I think that's the last one in this book. And then you get into like building your ships. And just so you know, there is how you take the waves, creating your ship, you design it, you do the fittings, you do the undercrew, you do the rating for the ship. Another one of those chainsaw fronts. I kind of do a nice cutaway on this one so you know what you're getting into. And then step 1, you design. So it's the size, the available sizes, which is like nano, suited for a single sailor. So if we wanted to do like a biker gang, you could do a bunch of single nano ones. You could do small, which is 2 to 4 people, a standard. And then that's how many stakes it takes. And you get X amount of stakes when you build your ship. I think it actually says up here how many stakes you get. You decide as a group how many you want to do, right? So you fill that out. You get those, you pick your frame, what type it is, if it's sturdy, if it's light, if it's flexible, sleek, what you're doing. Then your hull, like how durable it is it patchwork, is it pristine? Common hulls are the ones you see here, like reef iron, which is 1 stake. And then on the higher level, you can have Exile's copper, which is rare metal that weighs far, far less than anything else. So you're quicker. And you can also upgrade, right? Like you don't have all this stuff right away, but you can upgrade. The bite, ship's bite determines the motive force, how it cuts through or otherwise traverses the vast canopy. The wake you leave, the nature of your ship's bite also determines the kind of wake you leave behind when you travel, which can have an impact on how easy or difficult you are to trail or track down. Ramming speeds. Common bites is a saw prow. Implers, which is like onboard engines that push the ship through the waves of brute force. It's like a large jet engine. Think like a jet boat. A crawler, which is the finger crawler one. Underscales, which is thousands of flexible scales that worm the ship across. Jag tracks, and then you got, is it sluice jets, which are, if I remember, chemical coatings, and you slide across the top. So they got these different versions. Long jaw propeller cages. I love that you get to build this like snazzy, fun ship that is different than anything else. And it's like Firefly, it has its own personality. Then you pick your engine, what it's built by, how it works. Optional rule tracking fuel, which I think I would include fuel in the game. I think it's kind of important when you're doing a lot of traversing, just so they are going to port and doing stuff. Even more important if we decide to do like a biker gang or what did I say? Chainsaw choppers, right? Have an idea for some kind of comedic. Common engines, how they work. I love the idea of them talking about the rope golem. I thought that was awesome. They help run the ship. So that's all step 1. Step 2 is fittings, motif, what it looks like, what they do, your transport, a hauler, a hunting, a salvaging, right? That kind of thing. You can see the different styles that they have here. Are you an entertainment vessel? Research and additions that you can add. These are optional pieces that you can stack onto your ship, things that they do. And then again, there's even more of them in this book. Rooms are optional, common rooms. You got your arraignments, which are like the different weapons. And you have deck weapons, hull weapons, outriders. Outriders, I believe, are single-seaters made for cutting across the waves for short distances. So that's that idea of like the motorcycles I was talking about. I think there's a picture of them, if I remember correctly. Yeah. They look like a chainsaw with a seat. Look at that shit. Tell me you don't want to do chainsaw choppers. And I just have to have a button that has the ring noise of chainsaws starting up when we start the show. Super cool looking. I think it fits the theme. Then you got your undercrew, which are like officers, people who help. They repair and do things on your ship. I think it's awesome. They added these along with gangs. Small crews of fresh, wild sailors. They help you kind of get things done. So like spear fishermen provide food. Magnet fishers, they haul things up and out of the depths. Really fun ideas for how you get a hold of things lost down below the wild sea. There's also a beast that you can do. Pack beasts, which are pretty cool as well. Look at this fucking octopus carrying everything under the sun. There's like insect packs. I believe there's a few more packs in here as well. And then here is the Fireflies guide. I'm not going to go over this today. We may have to do a 2-parter for this, like deep dive, but I do want to flip through it because I'm going to record like a 15-minute piece on this. I love that they are teaching you, like, I think this is hella important, that they're teaching you that you are these things. You are a narrator. You are a guide. Oops, I fucked that up. Narrator, a guide, a threat, a voice, a teacher, a judge to help out, and a designer. I love that these things are together for you. They also, their session 0 is different than what you're normally used to. While they do give you safety tools, like there's safety tools for the game. They want you to know what the shit is, right? And how to use them. But they talk about your session 0, setting goals, tone, core rules. And then if you have more time, you want to go through, make a ship, discuss themes, lay some groundwork, set an initial goal, fill in the crew's history. And then unsettling questions. An excellent session 0 is like if there's anything people don't like. Pre-made. This is fun. Why ask unsettling questions? Running through a couple of these questions before you start the game, let people know what's going on. Like, the blank pirates are famed for. Like, you're setting structure. What do they claim? And you're kind of going through these and answering these as a group. So you have an idea as you form the setting you're going to play in together. So everyone has their ideas together. I love communal world building with a captain kind of steering it. And I feel like that's what they're doing here. They also talk about planning, how you want to plan stuff. I'm curious to see if there's map making in here. I've not gotten into any maps at all. I don't know if they exist. You know what I mean? Focus on the moments, you know, why that's important. Focus on characters, the world. And then they talk about maintaining tone. This is really difficult. If you haven't maintained tone, this is a hard thing to do as a GM. And they're walking through the idea of how to do it. And I think it's important that they're doing that. hold on here. I answer this. Someone's asking me where we're doing food tonight. I'm gonna still cook. I'm just. Let me answer this real quick. Burgers. I'm gonna do duck fat potatoes. All right. Anyway, I want to answer that. Positive but dangerous, light fun, and maybe even a bit silly. I can see that happening. Dour and deadly, which is I like the mix of these two. I like these two things together. That's my favorite style of running. Their pacing, this is important. This is what GMs fuck up more than anybody else. How to do it, like character experience, milestone frequency, building danger, recovery time. They're giving you a breakdown on how to do it. One-shots, limited campaigns. I will say I always talk about how you should structure how many game sessions you're going to have. Classic Wildsea session. They're telling you what it is. Like, this is a whole breakdown. I have read this. And then the toolbox. This is pretty cool. Think of the rules of Wild Worlds engine as a set of useful resources, a toolbox that you can dip into and produce the perfect tool for a situation. So they kind of break down like using the conversation piece, natural, directed, or meta conversation. Basically, that is just talking, directed in game, or talking about everything outside of the game that's a little meta. And they give you a rundown for it. Another dope ass, like almost like a pontoon chainsaw ship. It's so fucking cool, dude. It's painted, it's all bone from creatures and shit. Using focus, directing focus, how to do it. I'm doing the potato serving hands. I'm doing the duck potatoes, the ones that you shake and you get the starch on them so they're extra crispy. That's what I'm making tonight. I'm sure you're gonna. Sure, yum yum is all you can think right now. I know you love potatoes. Using tracks, I love the idea of open, hidden, or secret. I do all three. How to fill tracks, they teach you this. How to use it, using burn, what to do. How to use action rolls. So they're giving you the GM side of it. Love this big ass gun he's carrying. Outcomes and actions. Make sure you give up control so players are making decisions. And then they give you a whole section on using twists, which I think are very important. They also talk about cutting here. So here's that discussion on cuts. Another one of those weird anchor creatures. Look at this motherfucker. Scene specifics, interactivity. They talk about montage specifics, like things you need to hit to make sure you're doing it. Talk about tracking seasons, which I think is important. It gives a sense of depth and time passing. It's something that the first Witcher actually really fucked up, the first season of Witcher, because you couldn't tell where they were because there was nothing to designate passages of time well. It was just a shotgun blast of shit. If you knew the armor, you could kind of track it. Break down journey specifics for you. They break down how to do rewards. Consequences, which is important in a game. Consequences make a game, drama and consequences. Without them, you can't have something. And then creating NPCs. The cool thing is, creating NPCs, there's incidental, integral, and so on. And I love that they added those. How to name them. I always like the Star Trek method where you add something new to an NPC every time they show up on screen, kind of making them more important as time passes. There are pre-made resources. They talk about that. The skies. The most easily accessed by those who have an airship or a sturdy cliffside and some climbing equipment. The skies are an open expanse. Tearing winds, glorious leafless freedom. So there are things you can do up in the skies as well, which are pretty cool. And then they track the skies, like lurking in the clouds, migrating flock. Like I love these tracking things. This is when I'm running, when I am running ETHUANTIA, I use clocks, and I want to do a little more open clocks, so I do it again. I did them close off this time because I did a really secretive Superstitions. I did a really secretive game, but I would definitely have some more open clocks so people know what's going on, and have them so I can show them on screen. Unfortunately, while I can show them in Alchemy, they're hard to show just the one I want. It makes it very difficult. I would have to have ones I hold up or make overlays that pop up. And as complex as my overlays were, I wasn't going to do it. But I do love this concept of having them and tracking them and letting people know what they are and like different locations. And now they're going to break down the different layers. The thrash, the tangle. These are all the different levels to the forest, this gigantic forest that you're sailing across. The sink and the drowned and how to describe it from a secure position. And then from a perilous position, they're talking about if it's okay or you're in danger and what's different between those. Very smart that they added these. I can see these being index cards. Like if you had a box of index cards for these different areas in the Wildsea, that you could pull them out and read them easily to your players. It might be something I make, to be honest, for you while I'm running the show. As a matter of fact, I'm gonna write down a note right now. I should make index cards for areas in Wildsea. So I just have index cards I can hold up. Might be something they'll do. I'll ask Rick when we talk this week. Potential encounters, teetering wreckage, hollow trunks, like different things. Darkness under the eaves. I love these. This reminds me of Homefront's maps. They're just contour lines with marked areas. I really enjoy this. I think it's a smart way to do mapping because it makes it accessible to everybody. Anyone can draw this. You know what I mean? Like, it's not hard. I do wish they would teach you how to draw. Maybe they do later. Then you got your hazard entries. I think this is where we're getting into different types of hazards that are monsters, wrecks, tracks, storms. If I'm not mistaken, that's all this stuff. Yeah. Start with the concept, fill in the aspects, everything else. Forces of nature, they give you the breakdown of all of them. Then they got specific hazards that are part of Wildsea. Bloom tide, spore clouds, blanched waves, stuff like that. And they have the presence, sight, taste, touch, and like resources and aspects. And then this is the Krazerian, which is that poison gas stuff and what it can do, like gouts of flames, rifts. And then they got the monsters. Ooh, what is this? Got to read this, everybody. It says bats. Chime star bats. Hand-sized bats that move in large group. Active by night and found roosting by day. Some newer wild sailors consider them good luck charm. But old hands know the danger they bring. Ships draw insects, and the chime star bats are drawn to those insects in turn. Unfortunately for the ships, they swarm around the ultrasonic chimes that they use to hunt the minuscule prey, can draw larger creatures, so they can like bring greater dangers. Pretty cool. Look at these like plant monsters. Pinwolves. That's what that thing is. The pinwolves. That's what that is. Woo! Thrumming birds. I would have liked art for all these. I really would have liked art for all the monsters. As a different, as evocative as this is, I want art for them. Manticrows. Ugh. What is that? Triforodons. Those look dangerous. Panara Gardens. Wretch beaks. That's cool looking. They're like human vulture, weird monkey things. Vulture monkeys. Axehead sloths. Spireback, Lanku, basilisks. So there's a lot of really cool monsters in here to go through. Lots of insects. I love this one. It's like a gator, a snapping pillars. They're like gator bugs. Remoras is what that is. We all know what that really is. Winter jackets, these weird frosted looking a wasp. Different plants in the world and what they do. Dangerous ones as well. Manticore blooms. Manticore is a constant version, constant thing named here because I think they merge things together. Constructs, tower spiders. So you got a little bit of everything in here, like marauders. So now you got bad guys. Is it Jartico? The Jartico? Spirit obsessed corsairs, really cool looking. This, the gentleman told me that the Blood Maw pirates got added. I think it was from a game that was played, that these big open gaping mouth mushroom fungus creatures were invented because of a game they played. Sunseekers, skin thieves, there's illnesses in the game. This is really great to fill out the setting. There are leviathans in the game, which is where a lot of your stuff comes from, like your parts. These are the squirrels. Look at them. They give you some hooks too. I didn't say that, but they give you hook ideas. Spirit of industry for the leviathans. Leviathan forces of nature, living storms. The isogast, which is a tentacular. What is it? Tentacular. Tentacular insect leviathan. Yep. I'm still going. I'm scrolling through it. I'm doing the whole thing. Big war turtles. We're just going through monsters now. White collar snares. And I'm going to record my recap on this in a minute. A foxloft. I just want to make sure I've looked at everything. Ooh, I dig this. Rib fields. That's cool. Things that have crashed in the wild sea. This breeze blowing over them. What's weird, man, is like you're never going to be able to get down on the ground. So like you're doing things and rappelling off your ships the entire time. I kind of wonder, like, how do you handle not being able to walk on stuff all the time? You know what I mean? Marrow. These are like different factions. Firefly resources, things for you to run the game. Right? Like little cheat sheets. What is this? The Icterine? Oh, I think it's an adventure. So there's an adventure in the book. So this back half of the book, I think, is an adventure. Yeah. I think. Oh, no, it's not. It's not. What the fuck is this? This page highlights the most important elements of the Icterine, a reach of temple ruins. Oh, they're just giving you areas in the world to run. Okay, these are like locations within the area. The intergun. The intergunum? Intergunum? I don't know what the fuck that is. Pronunciations, man. Interagnum? Interagnum? That's gotta be it. Interagnum. Main elements. Some cool art. Lots of cool art. Ooh, look at this guy. Looks like they do all wear the skull heads. Cyber arm, a picker. I like these resources for running it. This is a nice one sheet you can print and put next to you. The ambered irons, another area. So these are like different areas. They seem vast and they seem like they don't have locations. Cranial Ridge is cool. Soulful Tigers, the Wilted, the Bloom. Okay, Firefly resources again. The Surge area. And these are all, this is like the actual setting. Prophets Fall. Very cool here. And then table resource. Here we go. Common names. Altered Twisted Rules. I like this. I love extra rules in the game to change it up. Mayfly rules. Basic mode of Wildsea for Firefly to roll extremely rare outside of determining random chance and the threat of encounters during the journey. The lack of rolling, in theory, frees them up to keep a close eye on the evolving narrative of the game. So a different way to kind of handle rules. And then Dragonfly rules. Standard way of play for Wildsea involves one player taking the role of the Firefly and acting as the arbiter for the game. However, some people may enjoy sharing the Firefly role and collaborating with the table. The Dragonfly rules are for those whose tables spread the Firefly's jobs out amongst everybody. Okay. So is this solo game then? No. Maybe this might be... I don't know if this is solo. That's different. I don't know what that is. I love the Dragonfly rule. I love that they have this like co-opted collaboration. Dragonfly seat, you kind of track everything. Your weathers, your realms. These are like the different things that get filled up as you're playing. You can print these off. And then your glossary. Again, though, this stuff isn't hyperlinked, man. I want to go to the pages this stuff is on. I know it's a glossary. Is this index hyperlinked? The index is hyperlinked. So table of contents and index is hyperlinked. This is a big book, everybody. And then they got rules breakdown is like a one-shot piece you can look at. Instant combat rules. There are a few things missing from this I want to talk about in the... I want a map of the area. I want a full map, right? Let me see if really quick before I do my overview. Let me find... I'll pull up an adventure. I just want to see... These are 40 pages, by the way, these bonus pieces. I just want to see if there's a map. We do view, enable scrolling. I'm not seeing... I wonder if they deliberately didn't do maps. Like if they just feel that maps aren't needed. Let me try a different one. Let me close this. Let me try one of the other ones here. This might have it. I'm going to do a quick one take on the game. Close this one. Yeah, look, there's not like, there's a dockside, but they're not giving you like Wildsea map. I know you're just traveling from point A to point B. I don't know, man. I get it. I just like even a little bit of a map for the journey that they're talking about. Because they got all these great cartography lines and like this stuff that's obviously a map. But they're not using it for anything. And I would like to have seen some map stuff. Like they're hinting at it in their backgrounds, but we don't get them at all. Let me go to the back page. Maybe the back page has one. Oh, I just crashed. I think I'm crashing Acrobat. Got the spinning wheel of death. Sometimes if you leave it, it's okay. Sometimes if I leave it, she'll settle down. I'll bring it back to me while it's pretending to do what it wants to do. I don't want to lose all my highlighted, my sheets. I'm going to save this. I don't want to lose all the marks that I did. You know what I mean? Now, it's running still, okay. I let it sit. I let it process. All right, so they do give you a Wildsea sample for the game. They give you some official ship sheets, different styles, but there is no map. Okay, that's what I wanted to know if there's a map. There's not a map, which that sucks. I really wanted one. So let me go back to music here. I'm going to record this really quick. I want to do as quick of one as I can. I showcased this stuff off earlier. I kind of want to show it again quickly, just so that they are seeing how the game looks. I'm going to do a recap of the book, what you're getting into, that it's narrative driven, that there's a lot of provided stuff for building it, that there's different modes of play for the game for your different style gamers. And I want to showcase this stuff again really quick. I'm going to put us back to page 1. I'm just going to hot flip through the book as I go. Talk about, obviously, the hyperlinks. What is the price point on the PDFs? $25 for a custom IP. It's a little high. They are big books. I just still feel like if you're breaking that $20 threshold for books, everything's got to be hyperlinked to the end of fucking time. You know what I'm saying? Like, you don't get the fuck around. Like, everything just has to be hyperlinked. It's well written. It's gorgeous art. The dice are bulky and fun. Like, anyone can play this, so recap it. And then I think I'm going to do a character creation session sometime soon. I want to make a character in a boat. I want to see how it actually works. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't want to just say I did it. I want to actually do it. So, one awards. All right, hold on. I'm going to use the restroom really quick, and then we're going to kick this off. Man, I was just thinking, could you imagine this for solo play for the biker gangs? And the biker gang solo play, you are like either a police force, law enforcement, or you're like actual gangs against other gangs that are bikers. And you build you and your crew is all the other bikers. And the game ends when either you die or you lose all your crew and you're like recruiting new people. I can see some really fun solo play opportunities for this game as well. I hope solo rules are coming out. I'm going to ask him about solo rules, if that's something that's on the horizon for such a narrative game. I think it could be a lot of fun, especially with such an easy interaction. We just need a few tables that tell you when you have to fill stuff. But anyway, so let's set this up. We got good connection right now. I'm going to go back to turning on the ad. And I'm going to go to me on this screen. And then we are going to do a recap of all this as quick as I can. Let's see what we get out of it. So let me start recording. Get the music going. Same as always, everybody. I'm going to record this. I'm really aiming for a hard 15 minutes on this. 15 to 18. Really quick, really simple, clean. So I can put this out as a recap and people can come back and watch the full live stream if they want a full scroll through. And I'll talk about the fact that I'm going to be making characters probably maybe tomorrow, maybe Friday, depending on meetings. So let's see how quickly I can crank this out. One take, right? One take. 3, 2, 1. All right, now it's recording. 3, 2, 1. Hey everybody, this is the first look at Wildsea. I picked this up at GameholeCon 2024. Thanks to Rob Whelan for pointing out this game and this amazing piece to me. It strikes so many notes that I love in gaming. This is going to be a quick overview, 15, 20 minutes of what the game is about, why I like it, and why you should pick it up. If you want the bigger version of this, there's like a 3.5-hour live show I did, really diving in to what Wildsea is and looking over everything. And later on, I'm going to do character creation in another show. So for today, we're just going to go over physical, digital, and what you get with Wildsea and why it's worth your time. Before we click over to looking at the digital, I specifically want to talk about why I like the physical products. This is the book. I love that it's horizontal format. I talked about this before. I think it sits on a table better. And you can see this is a slip cover, or maybe you can't. The way this works is they have it so the main book sits inside the GM screen. So this is the inside of your GM screen and what you get. I'm gonna set this over here. The art is, I guess I could flip this around. This is your art. This is what you get out of your art. Pretty clean, pretty simple. I do recommend this, or you're gonna be printing off some sheets. They do have a good archive of cheat sheets and things like that. All the books are well made. This here is a canvas embossed, really pretty. It looks good, front and back. And so you know this isn't the only book. This is the core book for it, but they also have Storm and Root, which is the expansion. Lots of new options. The chapters follow the same chapter format as this, so you're getting more out of this. And then there are 3 expansion pieces as well, which is the Ship Gardens, the Red Right Hand, which is like a horror adventure. And then there's one more on the website. So let's go over and take a look at the prices, what you're getting, how much it costs, and if I think this is an all-in purchase or just the core book. So this is their website. They are an amazing group. I got to speak to them at Gamehole Con. Super kind. A lot of authors and writers are involved in this. They're originally a comic book company. And just so you know, the Wildsea is what I am talking about today. I'm gonna be honest with you. They also have made some amazing other games. And one of them is one of my favorites, which was Cyber Plus Punk. So if you're looking for a quality print and you have that, let me tell you, these are quality books. You can see the cost here. They are $59.99, $49.99 for this one is a little smaller, then $24.99 for your PDF. If you're looking for picking up some of the expansions, it's $20 for the adventure, and the GM screen is $24.99. It is thin, but it is a pretty durable cover, and I love that it kind of protects the book. I hope they make a slip cover later on. I feel like these 2 spines belong on my shelf side by side with room for expansion. So maybe when they do a 3rd book, we'll get that as well. Now, let's talk about the game itself. I think it's important you understand what you're buying, what you're getting into. I think the whole buy-in is around $140 or $160, but you could just get the core book and be 100% fine playing this game. I'm gonna tell you, you're probably gonna want the rest as well. So, if you are a fan of Blades in the Dark or Forged in the Dark, and you want more of a narrative experience where things are a tad bit crunchier on the player side than Forged in the Dark, this is the game for you. And I only mean a little bit. The way you form dice pools and stuff are very much the same. There are basically 3 places besides when you're helping one another where you pull dice from. These are the dice for the game, just so you know what they are. It is a max of 6 dice in this game. You pull from those 3 sources. You're looking for 6s, but you're also looking for a pair, which is a twist. If it's a success, that twist goes towards the success. If it's a failure, that twist goes towards whatever the negative aspects are going on. The cool thing about the twist is the player doesn't decide that. Anyone else at the table, or the Firefly, which is the GM in this game, makes a decision on what makes sense for that scene. Now, they don't talk about scaling of the pairs, if pairs of 1s or 2s or anything do anything extra, but I could see room for growth on those rules if you want to get a little more granular. We're going to flip through this book fast, boys and girls. I mean fast. And why do I say that? This is a big book. This is not a tiny, tiny book. This is quite large. You're looking at a 368-page book, nuts to butts, front to back. I'm going to say it up front with a warning. Table of contents and the index is hyperlinked, but I didn't find anything else in between that is. And you know I like my hyperlinks. I will say I do love that those 2 are there. It does make navigating this a little simpler. We're going to be clicking through this. I'm not going to be zooming through. You will see there's a bunch of highlights on the screen because I already went over this in the big video. I'm just recording this for you to get a taste of it. Their overview is really good, and I'm going to summarize this the best I can without having to read this over. If you want to play a game where you are sailing across the tops of trees because of this verdant growth that has now become a sea, a wild sea of brush, thresh, and just plant growth, and you use chainsaw ships to carve your way across, leaving wakes behind, And the ideas of Forged in the Dark are you are playing these people who are posted on these ships, or maybe even on, like I like to say, a chainsaw chopper, and you're a chopper gang going across the wild sea. If you dive down below, there are different levels to this, and you'll see some art as I click through it. This is very narrative based, and overall, it is about the crew and the story and the hooks that you are following. It's not about playing a linear adventure. It's about the GM putting things in front of you, or maybe even your own story arcs being brought out and brought to the forefront as you play through this solar punk, verdant punk style of a game that after 300 years, the Empire has kind of reawakened as this small island land masses and these super large trees that people live in. And I will say, some of the most evocative, what we would call ancestries or races, but aspects in this game to play. There's an entire spire colony that lives inside of pieces of stuff they found, like, I don't know, other skin or cloth or remnants of a ship, and they are a colony inside, and you play that. I just got to tell you, that and cactus people, this game got me right out of the gate. The art is amazing. Table of contents is all hyperlinked. It's very clean. You can see through these 12 chapters, they're trying to teach you the order of learning. They're very smart and give you terminology out of the gate. And they teach you the setting a bit before you dive into building your character or building a campaign or a one-shot for people to play. I think the rules are pretty easy, but they did change it up a little bit when we get to how actions work. They talk about the rustling, the waves, what it sounds like, the 3 steps of what you're doing, which is the movements, the sound, and of course, the danger out on the wild sea. There is important terminology. They break down what is pre-verdant and not with a rough timeline. They go through the layers of the sea. You can see I've kind of drawn lines to where I believe they are. You have the skies, the thrash, the tangle, the sink, the drown, and the darkness under eaves. The further down you go, there's a horrible toxin that can corrupt you, mutate you, and burn your skin for short time frames, but do a lot more if you're exposed to it. The art is amazing throughout this book. I cannot tell you how much I enjoy this weird cross between, I don't know, a cartoon yet a comic book, but somehow gritty. This is a good showcase of all the different aspects. Yes, there is a moth aspect. The Mothians are super cool. You're playing wind sailors in this game. Think of them like explorers, Pirates of the Caribbean, Pirates of Dark Water, if you played that, or Dark Skies of Arcadia, if you ever played Skies of Arcadia, which is one of my favorite games. You have that kind of feel. They do have references in here to what they are. Talk about the tools, how you travel. That's an example of one of the chainsaw ships. Tell me you don't want that you don't want to ride one of those. Talk about the dangers at sea. That there is the poison, the I think it's Krizirni. That is the poison. I would have liked a little bit of pronunciation for some of these things. I think some of them are from actual like scientific terms that they have kit bashed, but I would like a little more description for some of them. The civilization, everything is broken down. Cooking, since fire is so dangerous because it would spread across the sea that everyone lives on, and everyone would die. They have cooking without fire and how to do it. They're answering questions that you're going to have as you're playing through this game. Sport, music, things that make it important, how technology works, the Verdant Rise, back during the Empire days. And they have little call-out boxes where you can dial things up and down depending on what you're looking for your campaign. I'm going to quickly click through some of these. I wanted to stop in spirituality because it reminds me the whispers are here. And they remind me of True Speech. It's really fucking cool. And they talk about no gods if you don't want that, or speaking more softly if you don't want whispers. Archonauts are people who delve in and deal with the weird things in the world. And they also teach you how to dial those in and out. The mechanics of the game. This is important, everybody. The mechanics of the game, they have renamed. It's not Forged in the Dark. It is a little different, but you can see the influence of Apocalypse World and Forged in the Dark in this product. And I think they added the tools on that you needed to make their setting sing. We talk about that in a lot of the EFP Live things, that mechanics should lift the IP or setting or story you're trying to tell. They shouldn't weigh them down like an anchor and drown them in just things that don't matter. So Theirs is the Wild Worlds engine. There's a lot in it, and they do a really good job breaking it down. And you'll see as you go through these, they even have good storyteller ideas on how to do it, icons that you're looking for, and they break down how the game works with a lot of samples of play. I think narrative games need samples of play. When you're coming from a 5e world or a D&D world, just in general, narrative play isn't quite the same unless you come from, say, Apocalypse World or Monster of the Week or Blades in the Dark. Narrative's a little more mechanically in your blood. Anyone can learn it, you just gotta want it. And here they kind of teach you. They break down the character sheet really well. The crew sheet, this basically is your ship. It replaces the crew sheet from Blades in the Dark. About the structure of scenes and why montages are important, journeys, and the conversation. Great way to talk about what conversing at a table is, that it's kind of a mode of play. How to focus and shift. Again, amazing art. And then I'm going to start blowing through where we go through hooks, arcs, tracking, clearing tracks. Your actions is the next big thing, building your dice pools up to 6, how the duels work for twists, and the full GM section gives you even more on how to run this from your side. The thing that might be a little confusing is cut. If the GM decides that something's a little more difficult, or the Firefly, in this case, he may say it's a cut 1. So if you were to roll your dice and say you get a 1, 3, 4, and 6, unfortunately, it's a cut 1. You got to lose the 6. And 6s are successes. 4 and 5s are success with a problem. 1 to 3, well, shit didn't go your way. And you will fail forward. There will be a failure. But don't worry too much, because you don't die in this game unless you decide it's time for your character to depart. There's also numerous ways to bring your character back, especially if you want to keep playing them in a different form or fashion. They break down action, exploration, and the different modes of play in this game, like collecting resources, interactions, and everything very, very well in the book. But on top of that, they also give you, if we zoom out here, a really good quick reference sheet. You can print these 3 sheets for yourself, and they break down everything in the game really well. And this is where I want to say the game differs a lot from Blades in the Dark. Blades in the Dark is controlled, risky, and desperate. In this game, you're instead deciding when you do your dice pool, you pull from edge, you pull from skill and language. Those are 2 different things. You can have up to 3d6. Skills have 1 to 3, and languages have 1 to 3. And then advantages are from like gear and other things, up to 66. And you'll notice that instead of having these different rankings of controlled, risky, and desperate, they have more categories of action. Action, defense, acquisition, creation, recovery, ratings, watch, and weather watching. You don't think that matters, but it really does in the Wildsea. And with those things, the GM is going to decide, when we scroll back up, if there is a cut and if your impact is in low, normal, high, or massive. That impact is closer to the controlled, risky, and desperate. They added massive because ship combat. If you get shot by a ship, shit goes sideways. And we'll talk a little bit about other things, but they use tracks instead of clocks. I think it's the whole idea of journeying. And they work pretty well in the Wildsea. And I can see them being pretty functional as a way to move plot forward, track your damages, and everything else. They break down combat in a really fun way, how to do it, how to focus, and that time doesn't matter. You doing something that you think is fucking cool is what matters. But the best part is a focus tracker. It's a genius way to replace initiative in a game and instead talk about how much time spotlight has been on somebody when they're in combat. And you'll see that there's A's and R's there. A is for an action, R is for reaction, and you kind of tally what everyone did. And then when you kind of get to the end or the focus tracker, you realize you need to go back to somebody. Is there an action you want to take and not a reaction? Making sure the spotlight is equally shared through combat, because sometimes it gets hogged, and it happens in every game. But this is one of those things I may cut and bring into whatever the fuck I am running. Not 100%, pretty sure. So as you go through it, I'm just going to start flipping. You can see there is a lot of stuff for you to take in, from longer projects to how journey and traversing the waves work, or their buzzsaw ships. I love showing off the ships here. And how progress is if you're on watch, and how you handle things on your posts on the ship, how they function. What I want to get to here to talk about is the characters. There's two ways to build them. There is pre-built, and then there's also the idea of 100% building your own. Before you go into that, the section I'm going through for the different skills and languages you should know before you go to build your character. They're kind of like learn your shit before you make your stuff. You know what I mean? Like, you need your ingredients. Aspects are special things that you can do. There's a whole bunch of different ones. I talk about building your own. Again, one of my favorite pieces of art in here. And then they also talk about how things take damage. If you have weapons, you can use those to take damage instead of you before you start taking wounds. I think it's a great way to make you feel in the moment, but also make it feel like you're not the one getting the shit kicked out of you all the time. It makes sense, like you're parrying, things are breaking on you. You're losing pieces of gear and parts of yourself as you go through. Mires are kind of like the bad things that can happen. Each one's 2 dots, and you can recover them, but the longer you're out at sea, things start to happen. And there's some wild things, hence the name of the game. Drives are what make you do things, milestones, and then personal tracks. These can be from injuries to benefits to projects and so on. Chapter 7 is character creation, and this is probably the last part I'm going to talk about by flipping through and then give you an overarching feeling on the GM section and the monsters, because I don't want to ruin the surprises in there. Some really good stuff that I don't think players should know unless you're thinking about running in the future. Each one of these ardents have pick your own or a quick start. So you can make it quick or you can take your time, build what you want. They're also super evocative, from cactus people to mushroom people to ironbound, I don't know, constructs that reanimated themselves. These weird jellyfish, or are they tentacle people, to aspects that are moths. And they even have things like the hive colonies, or the people who are literally locked in amber, and as root quakes happen, they get pushed up through the verdant brush, and you find these people trapped in amber. And some of their appendages might even be amber weapons that float from their body. Because, you know, why not? Or the anchored, ghosts that will not die. Ridgebacks, people who are on land, and they survived, and they kind of see themselves as deific beings. The rootless, they just go on and on. The rich that live in the tallest trees, the spitborn, people who have survived on the docks and cities. And as you pass through this, you go into your post, which are the different positions on a ship. By the way, that's a cook. And it's super cool that they added that. I love it. There's so many posts in here, things that you can do, and that's not even including the fact that they duplicated the chapter layout and give you a shit ton more in here. The GM section in this book is solid. They do talk a lot about how to run this game for you and your friends. I'm going to fast forward to it so you can see it. They talk about the sessions, how to do it, and they break down locations in the game. Those locations are big set pieces, and there's even good tables in there for the dragonfly, or I should say the firefly, can use. My favorite monster so far has been the wretch beak, which is this monkey vulture creature. And they break down, this is what a stat block looks like and how to use these creatures in the game. There's modes of play as well, and my favorite is the dragonfly. The dragonfly mode of play changes a lot. So let's talk about that and talk about why I think this is worth picking up. The dragonfly mode of play takes it so that one person doesn't have to be a GM. Instead, it's a group of friends playing a narrative game together. And each of you take over an aspect of GMing. And at the end of the day, you all get to play the story together. Deciding your tracks, building your ship. Did I mention you build your ship in this game? I'm talking from the hull to the power source to the chainsaw or momentum that you're using to the weapons and armaments that are on there, and you decide those together normally. But as a Dragonfly group, you all decide it and you play in that together. But the Firefly version gives you a lot of control over hooks to put in front of your players to let them grab and hang on to and really dive into their backgrounds and hooks. And this is just such a about the crew, for the crew mentality. It feels special. Now, I think if you're going to play this game, having the PDF for me is really nice because I control F search what I want. But even just the core book will get you through, along with a lot of pre-gens that they have on their site the cheat sheet, and the GM screen. This is one of those games that I do kind of think the GM screen is nice. Not just because it protects the book, but it has all the information on it for a new style game that just by seeing the word cut impact, you're going to remember steps and modes of play that you should be doing. The setting is evocative. It is post-apocalyptic, but green, so it's solar punk, and there is so much you can do in this that is different. I see remnants of things like the mixed animal creatures as monsters from Avatar. I love that you're playing aspects of things that survive, and you even have crafting that seems to matter in this game. And there's just something about leaving a trail as a chainsaw, ripping through the lush tops of the trees, finding old wrecks as root quakes bring old, like, architectural phenomenon back up to the surface. I have questions on how to run this game, and I'm going to be talking to one of the creators here this week so I can get an idea of how do you do this? What do you do since there's not a lot of land to be on? Does everything happen on their ship? They talk about not stealing the ship from players when it's in port, but they don't talk about when you're over this vast thrash that I saw, can you walk on any of it? Are there route tangles that you can go on? Is it only crashed ships and wreckage? Curious to see as I look through these adventures if they give me answers to some of the things that I have right now. But that's what I think about this. I think Wildsea is amazing, and it's won awards. Just as a heads up, this isn't like some random thing that made it. It's won awards, and I think those awards that you see are basically for the writing, because there's some amazing stuff in this post-fall fantasy setting. I like this a lot. I think it's worth the time of day and money. And so much so, I'm pretty sure this is going to be one of our upcoming streams. I've wanted to run Blades in the Dark again, and I feel like this has enough of that for me. Well, what about you? Do you like the idea of narrative campaigns? Does this idea of ripping across the top of these mile-high trees and almost a flat canopy on chainsaw ships sound good to you? It does to me. I really want to make chainsaw choppers. I feel like that would be a lot of fun if you're a chopper gang, ripping through this thresh and finding all these old pieces as divers that go down into the lower dangerous areas of the Wildsea. They teach you how to run it. They help you make amazing evocative characters. They give you a ship that, like the audience said, feels like Serenity, and it matters. Pick it up, check it out. Comment down below if you're already playing it. Let me know how you handle some of those hurdles, or what are your hurdles in the game. If you're at the live show right now, stick around. We got a closing thing to talk about. To the rest of you, if you want to know more, I'll link the live show here at the end of this video. Have a great one, and remember, watch, listen, learn. Be a better player. Try something outside your wheelhouse. Till next time, everybody. So I will end that. We'll go back to the broadcast. I'm a big fan of this. I think this is a really good piece. And like I said, I'm pretty sure this is going to be one of our upcoming shows. We have one more ETHUANTIA episode left on Tuesday and 2 to 3 left for Breachers and SHADOWDARK. The gang and I on Monday have been talking about what we want to do. We usually take December off and let the cast kind of, chill out. I usually do some corpse talk during that and some other things. With Bud's season ending, I'm probably going to be spinning corpse talk back up. Finally, I'm going to be doing a little bit more of the solo dark games, and then Living ETHUANTIA is coming back for the server to play. If you're not on our server and you don't know about it, Living ETHUANTIA, you can jump in and play in ETHUANTIA. Now it is going to be the new Dragonbane system. And you pick up your own Streamloot packs, and you use those to unlock things for your character. I'm in the middle of redoing those, and there will be a player's guide coming out as well. I did a couple tests with people before I put it out super public. I want to make some changes to make sure everything's available. There are new classes for Dragonbane in there, or professions. I have the priest, the summoner, and I have the gunslinger coming out. Hopefully that's in this first one that comes out. And then there's a bunch of new kin in the game. There are Morung, Abandon, Volg, Sirens, and the brand new Assyrians, which is inspired by the skeletons from Pathfinder 2. I wanted something undead in the game. We had someone playing one called Twyla in our our Pathfinder version of ETHUANTIA, or Living ETHUANTIA, and I wanted to make sure there was an undead to play in the game, because it just fucking makes sense. Abandoned are undead, but I wanted something like, you know, metal. So we added all that stuff in, and I really enjoyed it. So that'll be coming up, and then I may, in November, use Death in Space, bring that back, unlock those cards again, and I'm really thinking that I might get like 3 or 4 people together and run an archive game. I think this would be a lot of fun. I want to keep the horror movies up. You are a crew that follows around in space and records things. I'm going to review this next week on Wednesday. It's the thing we're going to go over and see if we like it enough to do it. And if so, in November, I'll boot those old overlays up, which I really did like, and see if we can't get a group together to play 3 sessions of recording stuff. We'll see. We'll see. I'm so excited to jump back in there. Oh, into Living ETHUANTIA. Thank you. I really enjoy Living ETHUANTIA. I think it's a lot of fun. I want to get it to a point to where other GMs can run it as well. So if Allie or Drew or someone else I know, like maybe even Raven wants to do it, they can come in and run games as well, and people can spend their cards and all that kind of stuff. If it does well enough, we can talk about some other things, but I feel like it would be really cool to kind of bring that back and have everyone playing it again. But I think that's it for me. I'm going to go cook dinner. I am fucking starving. I'm going to edit this video tomorrow and put it out. And then I'll start building. The shelves are going to go back here. I don't know if I'm going to stream it or not, but I may be in Discord watching movies the whole time and sharing them in, because I kind of want something to do while I'm doing it. I'll just wear headphones or something. Probably won't have video on for it, but we can watch movies together. I'll probably just be in there all day with it on. I think we're going to do some more horror movie stuff. Friday the 13th is getting streamed in completion on Friday on some channel, but I have most of them downloaded, so I might stream those in. I like to rewatch Critters. What else is there I wanted to watch? I'm almost done with the Nightmare on Elm Street franchise, but I'm down for any horror movies. If people have someone that they recommend, for sure do it. Last parting thing for everybody. If you are not watching and you like anime, Dan Today and Dan, it is fucking outstanding. 4th episode comes out tomorrow, I believe. Amazing show on Netflix. It's also on Crunchyroll. It is fucking insanity. But that's it for me, everybody. I hope you guys had fun today. Thank you for everyone who showed up today. Wanted a long show so we could really dive into it. I like giving these longer looks into it so people can go back and check it out. I'll bookmark it probably on Friday. I can't timestamp it till about 48 hours goes through. That's it for me, everybody. If you're not in Discord, join us. If you've not subscribed on Streamloots, remember it gives you 2 packs. If you don't know that, now you know. And those cards are used all over. Don't worry, there's never really a loss of cards. I rotate cards by changing the art out and keep them going in series. I just keep doing that. I should really show the back end of Streamloot sometimes so you can see how many fucking cards there are that have been made. I hope there's no cap to what can go in a collection. It's a little fucking insane. But anyway, until probably next week. I don't know if I'll be around anytime this week. I have a Dragon Sandbox this Sunday. So until next week, everybody, Monday night, Breachers, I'll be in Discord. Let's talk. Let's go over things. If you picked up Wildsea, I'd love to talk about Wildsea with some people. But that's it for me. Have a great day, everybody. Watch, listen, learn. I don't know. Go eat some fucking food. I'm starving. I really need something.